So let me make an announcement here. So we try to run safe events. It's taken us a long time to get permission to be here, and they're still looking for an excuse to shut us down. So try not to give them one, okay? Don't go getting all crazy nutballs in the parking lot either. Last event, some dude got locked up in the clink. I don't know, is he still in there? I don't know. Regardless, keep it on track, people. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, we said we let it go, but we settled for the last. Couldn't let you want it though. Who am I to let you down? No, who am I to let you down?
Check it out. There's two ways we can someone hand me that clipboard? Yeah, there we go. Thanks, man, thanks. Okay, I'm set here. Here we go.
If you let me walk away, maybe then we'd lose it all. No. Who am I to let you
Hey, what do you know? There's Ryan Cooper, and that's an S13, the 240 SX here in the States. Seriously, you can't find him anywhere. Everybody scooped him up. I'm looking for the show car / race car to just put it all out there today.
Suck me in the smoke, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with a nasty bite. I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control.
A lot of sick battles have gone down so far this weekend, and Ryan Cooper's been in most of them. People are saying he's doing well for a rookie, but you have to remember, he's been racing for years out there, just not all nice and legal-like.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are around the world. Thank you so much for tuning in to Podium Esports, continuing coverage of the 2021 ESDA Drift Campaign Round number 4 here at Wembley Arena. My pleasure to be here once again alongside my good old buddy, my good old pal, Keenan Kusin, as he always is. It's good to get the duo back. It's been a minute since we've been able to actually here with the dynamic duo. It's been at least since at least round 1, I think, actually, due to varying conflicting issues. But regardless, again, thank you so much for being here. We are just moments away from getting this round kicked off and ready to go. Again, as this round starts, this will be then marking the halfway point of the regular season, as 7 rounds for this entire season before we get to that championship playoff towards the end of it all. And once we start this one off, then yeah, this starts round 4 of 7 Arrow. This season is starting to fly by in a hurry.
Yeah, it's getting really quick here, and because of that, the championship narrative is starting to play out with Zach O'Sullivan going in round number 4 here. Still your points leader, but Vicarious Alukas with that round 3 win is starting to close the gap a little bit. Is the only 2 drivers in 200 points, with Darren Baker your next back with 170. Of course, ESD is a little bit unique, much like the NASCAR style. You got to make it in the top 16 to be able to make it to the playoff at the end of the season. But being able to hang your hat on being a regular season winner is still, especially in our first season here on Assetto Corsa, is still a huge accomplishment.
Oh, absolutely. It's now we're going to get a quick view on this very track in the heart of England, in part of the UK, Wembley Arena. Very, very iconic place. Now recently known as the capital of Italy. 3 outer zones and 1 inner clip will get you through today's course. It's a very, very unique layout. It's very tight. Not a lot of room to gain a lot of speed inside of the confines. You have to fire right off the line and basically be on it right away with incredibly, as you see on screen there, a very short run up all the way into that first long sweeping outer zone, with the one of 2 rather decel zones going into that inner clip. Very tight hairpin into another long sort of setup. You have a long bit of pavement there after that inner clip to set yourself up for that next half sweeper outer zone, and then another long run into your third and final outer zone. Expecting a lot of drama and lots of high angle, especially in that inner clip, and then going into outer zone number 3. A very dynamic track, but again, because of the nature of it all, very low speed, so you have to be absolutely on your game from the get-go if you want anything to do with being in the pocket and chase without giving up a lot of your line.
Yeah, this track's pretty, like you said, I don't think there's going to be a lot of room for mistakes when it comes to speed here. Really going to depend on very grippy cars. You're going to be able to see people who can pick up speed and really build momentum as fast as they can. There's only 1 inner clip here as well, so normally you see a lot of gains on inner clips. So there's only that 1 inner clip coming off your first outside wall. Speed or trying to gain and hold as much momentum is going to be a really large factor here, as well as just, I think, aggression. These slower speed tracks, normally you have guys that really want to get in and push on the door, really get aggressive and chase. But as we've seen, and we will probably see today, that it might come back to bite them.
Especially, eyes are going to be right there on the inside of clip number 1. For sure, but for those of you unfamiliar with how this format works, for anybody who is out here and new with us here on Podium Esports, head-to-head battles will go as follows. Top 32 bracket, single elimination all the way down into the final. Drivers will complete in a head-to-head run, with each driver getting 1 chance at a lead and 1 chance at a chase. Obviously, the higher seeded driver will lead first, and the chase will lead in the second. 3 judges will determine a winner. and or if it needs to go one more time if the battle was too close to call. And again, judges looking for the lead driver to be as absolutely stylish and angle-filled as they can in the lead. They're looking for the chase driver to match through and through. Anywhere that lead goes, the chase needs to follow. And then the other way around as well, once they switch it back around and they opposite of each other once again. And it's just it's something that, you know, these drivers have been doing for a very, very long time. It's a style of competitive drift that's been around for ages now, and we're really starting to see the evolution of the sport, be it in sim, be it IRL, just continuing to evolve day in and day out. Loving to see how drivers are bringing a new piece of intellects, of intelligence, and how to work a battle, and just watching the speeds overall increasing as the years have gone by. It's going to be very, very fun, very exciting, and expecting a lot of very close quarters battling today.
Yeah, definitely going to be a door-to-door action today, again, just because of that lack of speed. As you touched on, Ian, for those who are a little bit new, we'll do as best as we can to be able to explain some stuff that maybe that would be a little bit not common knowledge. But first bracket of the day, speaking of which, ESDA does not run on your traditional all 32, all 16. We do 3 or 4 groups. So each group will have a winner. That winner will move on to the final 4, and then your final 4 will determine your overall winner. So group number 1, going to have your overall number 1 qualifier, Jamie Healy, going up against Kazuki Fukushi, which is a new name to me. I haven't seen before, and a beautiful car, which we'll talk about in just a moment. Darren Baker, your 3rd place in points, going to be going up against a name that is off the screen, the driver of Warika. I'm sorry, English words are hard. Darius Ostraka going to go up against Steven Jarbor, and Grigorly Andreev against Patty Walls. That'll be your first 8 drivers in group number 4.
Yeah, when it comes down to seeding in this this caliber of battle, though, we can't state it enough that the difference between first and last seed in these brackets almost means nothing. As a matter of fact, the last couple of tournaments we've commentated here in Podium Esports, the trend has been leaning for that 32nd seeded driver to actually start the day with an upset. I believe the last 2 or 3 broadcasts in a row, even here on Podium Esports, have started with an absolute major upset. And just looking forward to seeing what these drivers have to bring onto the table. Seeing the drivers on screen now finishing up their final practice rounds, I'd imagine that we are just moments away from getting this competition up and ready to go, just waiting on a couple more judges to confirm that they are ready on their end. But as you can see, the drivers are out here getting as much practice as they can. I mean, these drivers have been out here, don't get me wrong, practicing throughout the weeks leading up to this event as well. So you know they're just ready to go at this point, and imagine everybody out there in chat is very anxious to get this round running and underway. And as we said before earlier, can't state it enough, we're just moments away from getting this round started off. 32 battles of very exciting action just around the corner.
Yeah, and again, just want to be able to. I don't want to do people dirty. That driver with the W or Rika is Wojciech from Poland. Probably still pronounced that wrong, but at least I tried. These drivers just getting their final practice runs in, just knocking the cobwebs off. But as you said here, the very hallowed ground here of Wembley Stadium, also known as the capital of Italy. I heard the salt deposits in the soil here are fairly high from a recent events, but yeah, you thought you had jokes, eh? You thought you were the only one who came prepared. I watched the football. I see the football.
Well, look, as you can clearly see, the pitch was so soiled, they got fed up with it and they paved it right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, can't play football. Yeah, now it's instead of just like tackles, you just die. One way in, no way out.
Hey, if you want to initiate that slide tackle on this pavement, you be my guest. Please go ahead.
Yeah. There's no red cards. There's just who can physically not continue anymore. I always said football would be a better game with more violence. Just turn it into hockey, but on the grass. Grass hockey.
You got the funny jokes. You're seeing very wide variety of cars out there. I believe I saw an AMG out there, actually. That's very akin to a GT3 style of Merc as well. Kind of like to throw back to the GDS days when we see a lot of these Gran Turismo sport guys running GT3 cars out here.
It's very Daigo Saito.
Oh,
it's very Daigo Saito.
Yeah, loving the unique builds out here. Obviously, you're going to see a lot of S chassis. You're going to see a lot of RX-7s. You're going to see a lot of BMWs. But, really got to point out when we see some uniqueness out there and already getting that fired off. Gotta get an idea of who that is. Again, a lot of these drivers are changing their builds a lot. We got new names coming in and out as well, with a large list of qualified drivers that are able to run in the series. You got a Mitsubishi Lancer as well out here.
Yeah.
M4 run by Edgar Rojas. I believe that's how you say his name. Rojas, excuse me, Rojas.
Rojas.
Man, I've had a day. A good day, don't get me wrong, but it's been a long, but I'm getting word then. It looks like Wes Johnson, one of the judges, is calling drivers off to get onto the grid. Then I would imagine then this should be battle number 1 on the line. Again, that's going to be Jamie Healy, your first seed, versus Kazuki Fukushi, the 32nd seeded driver. Battle number 1 of the day on the line. Remember I said you've seen a lot of S chassis. Kicking it off as I had said. And again, lights are off. We are underway. Here is your first battle of the day. Initiation into outside zone number 1. A little bit of a gap already being shown with the awkward bobble in chase. Jamie Healy starting to run away with it a little bit, but does a tire over that white line. Not too sure if that is going to be considered a deduction. You have to read over the rules for sure on that one. That could be a contention point all day long. That's going to allow the driver in chase to cut a little bit of that proximity to the line. Get back in on the door of Jamie Healy and make sure that they're, but a big over angle in chase. Does not shut it down, but that is a massive deduction in chase. Jamie Healy, textbook lead to finish it out.
Yeah, just to clarify really quick, that is a 1 allowable tire drop going into outer zone number 1, Ian. But yeah, Kazuki just never looked settled in that Lancer. I believe Lancer Evo 3 or 4. Didn't have any angle on the first corner. Just never looked comfortable at any point, which is absolutely opposite to our number 1 qualifier, Jamie Healy, looking completely set in their ways in the lead, getting all of the outer zones nice and fluid. Not really making any major mistakes from what I could saw, which is not what Kazuki wanted to see, seeing it on a major disadvantage.
Yeah, so that is definitely going to be a big point where Jamie can just run a pretty solid chase all in all. And they should be able then to put some points on the board here. Both drivers back on the line. And here we go. Lights are coming on then. Second half of this first battle. And here we go. Jamie Healy just needs to put down a safe chase. Lead driver needs to do something special here. Starts it off with a lot of angle up in the lead position, but kind of running a little bit shallow to the outside zone, not getting all of that outer zone. Jamie keeps it locked up. Kazuki hits the inner clip beautifully, trying to run away the best that they can, but potentially to the wall, running it all the way out there is Kazuki, dragging that back bumper right across outer zone number 2. Jamie Healy, though, has been in the picture for the entirety of this battle and puts it into the door to close out your first battle. That's how you start off round number 4 here at Wembley.
Yeah, Jamie Healy, correct me if I'm wrong, Jamie Healy is one of those people that has always qualified well, done well, but not really had the bracket run they were looking for. I think Jamie Healy, I believe on home turf, and their home track is not from Ireland, so close but no cigar, but is going to be driving out of their minds today, and that's absolutely what you just saw right on the door. Not taking anything away from Kazuki Fukushi. A great run and a beautiful car. I'm really biased. We want to see a little bit more of this Lancer today, but I do believe, and that will be a Jamie Healy win. Your number 1 qualifier going to be getting the win and moving on into the Group 1 top 16. And yeah, and if that's the way Jamie's going to be driving today, I would say to the other 31 drivers remaining, watch out.
Yeah, definitely consistent through and through on that run, lead and chase. Very well versed was Jamie Healy in that battle. That will then moving on, Jamie, into your top 16. Next battle then, Darren Baker versus Walrika. Again, I apologize again when my bracket is not showing the first name here. Keenan, if you could please correct me on that one. That is your 16.
Wajicic Walrika. There's a lot of vowels going on here, but that they are going to be in the S15 and S14, sorry, and Darren Baker, also known as Rousey, going to be in the GTR. Your 3rd place in points so far. Darren needs a good day here, but I don't believe Orica's has any sort of top 32 run ESDA before, looking to prove themselves here. Going into turn number 1. Darren a little bit shallow, a little bit of contact there from the chase position. Everyone's going to be able to hold it together. Darren, big angle into this 1 inner clip. Wajicic doing a good job of being close, but, giving Darren a little bit of room to maneuver as that gooseneck Wing on the GTR hanging right over the concrete wall, moving into the final outer zone. Great chase run so far, but great run from Darren. Excellent driving here, and this is still your top 32.
And Darren, once again, showing in that R35, they know how to throw that thing down with style. We've seen a lot of angle out of Darren throughout the season, and already right off the bat, you're seeing that massive angle into the first outer zone in the lead. Well matched, though, when chased by Wojciech. Maybe not necessarily matching angle, but definitely keeping that car in lockstep right into the door, transitioning to the tempo of the lead driver as well, and beautifully matched as well through outer zone number 2. But goodness, Darren is just on one in that lead position, throwing down so much angle in that GTR. Again, cannot understate it enough. Wojciech in that chase position, keeping it right there on the door through the entirety of that battle. Great way to start off the first half.
The only thing I can think of, Ian, is maybe that little bit of contact will become a talking point going in here, but we'll have to see what happens in this second run. Darren in the chase. Wojciech in the lead. Ooh, not really getting the entry that they were looking for. Darren doing a great job to compensate, but right onto the door of that S14, moving into the one inner clip here at Wembley Stadium. Great angle from both drivers. They're going to have to back off a little bit, and he does, but right back in on the door of Wojciech. Wojciech saying, hey, man, that was a great lead run you put down, but I'm capable of that too. Both these drivers right, ooh, a little bit shallow from the S14, getting all of that outer zone. Darren doing a great job to not make contact. Minimal mistakes may cost somebody the win here.
Yeah, you'll see it on the side-by-side. It looks like the one difference we can see from lead to lead. Wojciech didn't seem to have the car locked into position on the start of outer zone 1 and outer zone number 3. You saw that bobble right at the beginning of the zone on each instance, and that alone might be enough to be the difference just based on lead for lead and chase for chase. Through and through, though, as far as proximity goes, pretty much bang on equal on run number 1 and run number 2. So definitely have to come down to those little nitpicks, and it's definitely not something you want to have working against you there, which is that little bit of inconsistency, and that is not going to work out for them in the end. That will be a Darren Baker win, R35 GTR, moving on into your top 16. Darren Baker takes on Wojciech here in the top 32.
Super close battle for our second battle of the day, Ian. But again, watching the replay, you just see that initiation on their chase, I think was probably the biggest talking point. And Darren didn't really do anything amazing, considering how tight this course is, but didn't really make any mistakes either. But Wojciech, unfortunately, fortunately for our pronunciation, is knocked out of the day. But just one little mistake when you're battling this close. Our 16th and 17th qualifier is going to be enough to be able to put you out of competition. Ladies and gentlemen, our next battle on deck is going to be Steven Jarbo, your number 25 qualifier in that Mad Mikant FDRX7, going up against Darius Ostrika. Darius, your number 8th qualifier, who is just gingerly making their way out onto the grid whenever they feel like it. No hurry. It's all right. We don't have a bunch of more battles to do. It's okay. Just take your time.
Car is definitely parked in the parking area underneath the grandstands for the time being. So just waiting for them to get the call, and then we'll be able to continue with this battle. Again, as Keenan said, this is going to be your 8th seed versus your 25th seed. Ooh, I hear a 4-rotor in that RX-7. It's gonna be a loud one. Always loving that engine tone. Definitely one of the louder engines you're ever gonna hear on Assetto Corsa. It's gonna be in Steven Jarbo's car. But again, just waiting on Darius Ostrika to get the call. You are up, my guy. Your battle is called.
Yeah, I think Steven doing the smart play here and making sure his car's not sitting on the line. Just going into it with his tires, the same sort of heat as Darius, but this is both of them on the line, and we should be ready to go here.
Yes, sir. This is going to be an RX-7 versus S15 battle. Darius Ostrika will be up in the lead. Steven Jarbo will be in chase. Drivers are ready. And there we are. Lights are on. Off the line. Darius Ostrika gets a good gap off the line. Chase driver opting not to take the reset. That is a very critical point, but up in the lead. Starting to run away with it. Not a whole lot of proximity to account for through outer zone number 1. Close to the back. A little bit of contact there. Yeah, fender to fender there up on the fronts of the vehicles. And there we are then. Steven getting into the door here. All over the side of the S15 as both cars are slamming off the limiters all the way around this course. couple of small bobbles in, lead and chase for the entirety of the run. But yeah, definitely outer zone number 1. Lots of proximity to be desired. A lot of mixed opportunities there on points and chase.
Man, those red lines sounded like man's not hot out here. I don't know how else to put it, but yeah, just getting a bit of a jump was Ostrika off the start. Jarbo, you know, it wasn't big enough, I think, to warrant a reset. So smart move from Jarbo, just being able to close in a little bit, but a little bit of I don't even know if that contact will be contentious in that inner clip. Just a little bit of a kiss, and then they move forward to the final inner clip or final outer clip. I can't talk today, but. A good job from both. I'd like to see Darius maybe put a little bit more angle, especially under that first inner clip. But Steven definitely had a little bit of proximity issue on the first corner. Coffee.
Yeah, for sure. Second half. Now wait for that caffeine to kick. It'll come. Don't worry. In time, my son. Off the line, RX-7 this time will be in the lead. Steven, gonna run away with it, doing their best. The S15 in kind in the chase position. Had a decent initiation in outer zone 1, but definitely had a time where they had to back off there and not bowl over that RX-7. But definitely starting to match then through inner clip number 1, getting back into the door all the way out to the outer wall of outer zone number 2 is Steven in the lead. Right across the bumper on that transition though. The S15 being super aggressive with it, but falls back. But contact! RX-7 multiple times into the outside wall. Contact into the wall is okay for a lead or chase driver, but when it causes a loss of angle, like you saw there, that's where the judges are going to start taking away points. And unfortunately, that may be all it takes to then be knocking us Steven of this competition.
And it's unfortunate for Steven. ESDA veteran AOM Looney had some great runs so far this season in ESDA over in Assetto Corsa, but I honestly think that was a statement run from them. That big gooseneck wing pushing on all of these outer zones, but unfortunately just getting a little bit too shallow in the first half of that final outer zone, which causes the car to push wide. Car pushes wide into the wall. Pretty self-explanatory, and that'll be Darius Ostrika getting the win over Steven Jarbo. Darius going to be moving on into your top 16 here in ESDA round number 4, group number 1.
Yeah, some rounds have been the days of upsets so far. Today has been the day of the higher seeded driver advancing through. That's your 16th, 8th, and 1st seed moving on from your first 3 battles. Your last top 32 battle of lobby number 1 is going to be Grigory Andreev versus Patty Walls, your 9th and 24th seeded drivers.
Ooh.
On the way to the line. This is going to be another fun one.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, it's we got some Back to the Future action going on from Patty Walls here, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. You know, it is down to the driver in terms of lag and lag compensation. So we are on an EU server, I believe, but we'll see how this plays out. So we are ready to go. Drivers are ready to go. Grigory Andreev in the lead in that beautiful white and blue S15. Patty Walls in the chase in the Escuco Drift 180SX. Good jump from Grigory. Very drag racy here as we go into the first corner. Okay, well, that kind of seals the deal there. I think that all came down from the start, Ian, just Patty not getting the jump they were looking for. I think that the chase cars are going to have to really look into jumping the starts here today. But Patty just not getting the jump they were looking for and trying to go into that first corner maybe a little bit too fast. And that is the end for them, as Grigory Andreev just needs to finish up the rest of this run, as Patty's already on the line for their second run. But and that is a finished run from that S15. Not a whole lot to talk about here.
Yeah, that's just important. That is important then, to have your lead completed then, just so that way if it comes down to a lead-to-lead decision, if there is a mistake in chase, there is something to compare then for the judges. So that was an important way to finish up the run.
Yep, Patty is going to be leading now. Grigory in chase. All he needs to do is really put down a solid chase run. Doesn't need to get too aggressive, and we're seeing that right now. Not really getting all this outer zone, but trying to get proximity, make sure there isn't any argument for an active chase. Patty throwing big angle into that inner clip, and as we're moving into the second 2 outer zone, it's kind of a great jump for Patty, almost going into the wall there, really having to cut the speed. Good job for Grigory as well in chase, not making contact with that lead car, going extra safe, going very inside, making the car barely sliding. Definitely conservative in the chase run from Andreev, but with the 0 from that lead car and almost into the wall again, all they really needed to do.
Yeah, there's a lead for a lead to compare, but there is not a chase for chase, and unfortunately with one incompleted run, that is pretty much a straightforward decision. Judges already coming through, and I believe this is going to be a win then for the S15.
And that's what you call in the business a wrap.
that is a wrap. Michael Lindsay doing their best. She'll die impersonation there with the fingers. There we go. Michael Lindsay confirms it. Grigory gets the win. He will then advance to top 16. And again, for those of you who are not familiar with how we do things here at ESCA, we basically run these lobbies in quarters. We're going to be then moving on to these 8 drivers top 16 battle. And that 16 battles will go down into the Great 8. The winner of that battle goes into the Final 4, which is then going to be the final lobby at the end of the day. So moving on to the next battle. This is going to be Jamie Healy versus Darren Baker. This is going to be a very fun...
Ooh, all-Ireland battle.
Lots of battles you see are conflicts of style. I would almost say these are complementing styles between Jamie Healy and that R35. Sorry, I had a little bit of a brain fart there as we have to get the conversation set up again. Chat. Here we go then. Darren Baker in chase. Jamie Healy up in the lead position. Your first versus 16th seeded drivers on the line. Lights are on. And here we go. Jamie off the line. Darren Baker in chase, keeping it with him. Matching the flick. Pushes in aggressively, but gets into the door. Falling back a little bit through outer zone number 1, but doing a decent job to close it back into that first inner clip. Pushing in lots of angle for Jamie Healy up in the lead, but matching through and through in chase is Darren Baker. R35 all over the side of Jamie Healy. Outer zone number 2 putting on a show here in the Wembley Arena and matches again for inner zone 3. Such good surge control for Darren Baker. Keenan, you saw it too. I thought for sure there was going to be some contact there in many of those outer zone moments.
Man, I've watched a lot of drifting, both real and in the esports world, and I've got chills from that run. Great job from both drivers fighting to be the king of Cork here. All Ireland battle as Darren Baker, our ESDA veteran, former champion, I do believe, against Jamie Healy, trying to make the best of this number 1 qualifying seed. Again, so a perfect example of a driver who's got great qualifying results, but just had some bad luck in battles. Darren really trying to play spoiler here, as you saw from that proximity of chase, matching the angle, getting all the same proximity with the outer zones. A picturesque chase run. What can Jamie do in the chase?
Yeah, shout out to Paul Matten, by the way, in the chat. I see you, good friends of Arrow and myself. Good to see you out here in support of the Esports Drift Association.
The Goose is here, Noir's here.
The Goose is loose. Here we go. Oh, look at that angle for the R35 in the lead, but does not quite get all of the outer zone to start off, but fills it nicely for the second half. Jamie Healy is putting it into the side of the lead driver's last angle once again. Darren Baker putting on a show in the lead. Jamie Healy is not having any of it, though, in that chase position, matching the angle through and through. Transitions across over for outer zone number 3. Massive angle in the lead once again. But here comes Jamie Healy pushing into the door. Darren Baker throwing down nasty angle, but goodness, Jamie Healy in the chase.
My God.
Do it again. Run it again. Come on, please. One more time, judges. Holy cow.
We have a term in Canada for what this is. That's a scrap, boys. That was a full-on Tilly going in that second run. Darren Baker, just both these guys just brought a little bit extra. It's like they knew, you know what I mean? They just have to toss in a little bit more sriracha into the foe here, just to be able to get a little bit more spice in the sauce. But Darren, great job with that inner clip. Great job with all the angle into the outer zones. But Jamie Healy with the proximity, but a little bit of line being sacrificed on that last outer zone. Ian, I wonder if that's going to come into play into a judging call. It may have been, because, ladies and gentlemen, asking you shall receive. The Battle of Ireland is not over. One more time, Darren Baker and Jamie Healy. This feels like a turning point in the event already, and we're only in the top 16 of Group 1.
Man, this is going to be a very, very heavily contested battle. I feel like either of these two drivers are going to have a pretty solid shot of getting all the way down to the Final 4. This is a thick one. Oh, this is a hot and heavy battle.
Jamie Healy in the lead position. Darren Baker in the chase in the GTR. Jamie Healy getting all of that outer zone. Darren almost making contact, having a little bit of a hiccup there in chase, but doing a great job to not make it a minimal mistake. Jamie, great job. Oh, maybe not moving as quick off that outer zone. I'm not sure if the line was right that Jamie was looking for. Door is open for Darren in chase, but the angle from Jamie Healy right now, knowing they have to bring a little bit something extra on their in the lead run, not quite getting the angle there, Ian, having to sacrifice a bit to not make contact with that wall, but Darren actually dropped back a little bit at the same time.
A little bit of column A and a little bit of column B as to why the angle was lost. Maybe perhaps throwing a little bit of angle out of the car in the lead. Maybe try to get a little bit of a separation through outer zone number 3, trying to get away from the R35. And yeah, could have been very well trying to avoid that wall. Watch the line from Jamie Healy into outer zone number 2. The back bumper.
Wow.
Almost hitting that outside wall. You want like 30 out of 30 points or whatever they're judging for a zone. That's how you maximize right there. Holy cow. And yeah, you're seeing Jamie Healy not throwing as much angle, but still matched beautifully. Darren Baker in chase. Great first half of this one more time.
All right, waiting for the blue semaphore lights to light up, and here we go. Darren Baker in the lead position. Jamie Healy in chase. These were both the most excited. This is my most excited run of the first half of the battle. Darren, a little bit of a gap. Jamie going to go just a little bit shallow on the angle, but Darren bringing all of it in that long wheelbase GTR, using that vehicle to his advantage. Jamie trying to put the pressure on right now, put some blue paint on that black and white door of Darren Baker, moving into the final outer zone here at Wembley Stadium, not getting the transition that Jamie was looking for, but Darren, man, it's a good thing this is Assetto Corsa, because that wing would have been ripped off a long time ago from Darren Baker. Good golly.
Oh gosh, love to see it. I think angle-wise, definitely leaning in the favor of Darren at run number 1, but I think accuracy to the line, maybe a little in Jamie's court on their lead. That may be the two differences there through and through between their styles, but putting on a show for everybody out here in the Twitch chat and all the drivers and staff. I'm like, just please give your support for these drivers putting it down out here on the Wembley Arena. Even a little bit of a Cyclone Donut celebrating just how fire that battle was off to the side. Oh gosh, pay attention. The doors doing burnouts. Look at that backwards angle by Darren Baker into inner clip number 1, and he holds that angle all the way through that zone. It's very cool to see a driver throw backwards angle like that, but when they're able to like transition that backwards angle to hold that exact angle and line and speed into an inner clip and just make it fluid and smooth without any bobbles at all is so impressive. That one definitely had my hair standing on end when he pulled that off from outer zone 1 into inner clip number 1. But as I said before, lots more angle, I would say, in a couple of different spots for Darren Baker in their lead. Jamie Healy in their lead, though, maybe a little deeper into every single outer zone. So again, this is going to come down to, I think, what the judges prefer, that style or that line score. And then, I mean, chase for chase, it's matched again. Oh,
that's the right call.
That's the right call. I believe this is the right call. We're going to see it again, chat. One more time again. We can't decide which one of these two are going to take it down. This is great.
I mean, I think Sean Cooper with the best Twitch chat message of the day so far. This battle is very visually appealing to my eyeballs.
No, this is such an amazing conflicts of style that just complements each other so well. That's the best way I can explain what I'm looking at right now. Here we go then. Jamie Healy back to the lead. 2 battles, and we could not decide a winner. I believe based on ESTA rulebook, they need to get a winner out of this battle. This is your third and potentially final battle between these two. Jamie Healy off the line. Darren Baker in chase. Big angle with the lead and drags the rear bumper across the wall again on that outer zone separation between the two, though. Darren not getting out all chase, but charges so aggressively into inner clip number 1, but does not make contact. Somehow Jamie is once again just putting on a clinic as far as where to put that back bumper off the car, running every single zone as deep as they possibly can, and they do it again on outer zone number 3. All over the door is Darren Baker in chase. I could watch this all day.
Yo, do we have a battle of the year candidate already? Round number 4.
This is battle. This is war of the year, honestly.
Yeah, this is it turned from the Battle of Ireland to the War of Ireland. Both these guys need this win. Jamie Healy wanted to capitalize on the number 1 qualifying position. Darren Baker really want to make a run for this championship, this regular season championship. Needs a lot more points to be able to work up to Zach O'Sullivan in first place right now, and you're seeing that. Super aggressive driving from the lead, trying to get as much of the outer zones as possible. That rear bumper actually clipping slightly through almost every outer zone, and Darren Baker getting aggressive in chase. All of that door of Jamie Healy. Neither one of these guys is going to go down without a fight. Here we go, round number 2.
I think where Jamie can make up some points here, if he can keep that proximity close with outer zone number 1, this might be what he needs to close that gap on the scorecard. Oh, once again, not quite deep into the outer zones is Darren in the lead, but that angle was disgusting. Backwards into inner clip number 1 again. Separation being shown. Jamie running a little bit wide. Doesn't quite match that lead driver into the first and only inner outer clip, second outside zone. Darren once again not quite as deep into outer zone number 2. Jamie still matching. Big angle, R35 trying to get all they can in the lead. Phil in the outer zone beautifully. We're out for run number 3, and Jamie all over the door of the R35. Can we just run these drivers 32 battles a day and just call it like a best of 16 competition or something?
Yeah,
I love this.
Who's running the in group number 4, but it's going to be a long afternoon for you. If this is the kind of quality battles we're going to get here at Wembley, welcome. I'm glad we're home here in London, but I think we might have a winner here, and we do. It's going to come down to that second run here, I do believe, but that is a 6-4 decision after 3 more times of Darren Baker in the GTR getting the win barely, even after 2 OMTs, and I think it came down to Jamie Healy's chase.
It could have been that. It could also been the judges maybe favoring style over line, potentially maybe more points on the board available in style, because definitely Darren was a lot more angle filled. Got to give a huge shout out to your fierce-seated Jamie Healy, though. I don't think I've seen somebody more robotic on line.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
Being able to put the car where they need to, and I'm sure they're a little upset about that decision as well, because again, that could have gone either way. It was so close. 6-4 though. Darren Baker getting the win. But yeah, hats off to both of you for just throwing down this phenomenal war between the both of you here in top 16 of lobby number 1. And I think, Keenan, then with this battle, seeing what the decision leaned towards, I think it might be something for drivers to put in the notebook to then say, hey, it's okay to maybe give up a little bit of that deepness into a zone if it then means you get a ton more style in your lead. So I could see where that could be of benefit to the notebooks here going into the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I think just for me, there was a little bit of wavering in the chase position, and Darren or Rousey was close, but not super close until that last one. They're like, all right, this is the second OMT. This is the third time we've been battling. I need to bring everything I have. And I think just that extra little bit of aggression from Baker in the chase, mixed up with maybe a little bit of bobbliness from Healy in the chase. It's very minor. 6-4, I think, is the right call. It's heartbreaking because I wanted to see Healy run through the bracket today and really get that run that they deserve. They've been driving their behind off since they started battling here in ESDA and getting progressively better and stronger every time they get on track. So I'm really stoked for them. But it sucks to see them go out, but they went out without a fight. Or they went with a fight. But Darren, like to see the homies win as well. But definitely needed that for his points berth here to see if he can capture that regular season championship.
Yeah, so a slight hold up to the competition. Gregory Andreev had a small disconnection just happened, but very quickly able to get back into the server then, so we can then move on to this battle right away. This is going to be your 8th versus 9th seed Darius Ostrika versus Gregory Andreev. This is going to be an S15 battle, your last top 16 battle of lobby number 1. The winner of this is going to be going against Darren Baker. Which one of these two have what it takes to put their cars further into this competition?
Man, I don't even know if I'd want to win this battle at this point. Darren's on a heater right now, man. Like I don't know if I want to be able to. I want to tussle with him, but Gregory gonna go up against Darius. Darius in the lead, Gregory in chase. Good job on angle from Darius, getting all that outer zone. Gregory getting maybe a little bit of contact there, but all of the door of Darius. Big angle in that lead position from that lead S15. Not really getting the speed though, which is going to really open the door for Andreev. Looks like they're struggling almost to keep that car sideways behind the slower vehicle up ahead, just maybe opting for a little bit less grip and focusing on that line and that fluidity. But there, Andreev, very aggressive chase.
Yeah, super aggressive chase. Maybe not as angle-filled as the lead driver, but with that much style and the slower speed of the lead, I would think then the chase was doing all they could just to not run the car over. Got incredibly close on outer zone number 1, but was able to put down the binders as hard as they could. Maybe a little bit of contact in that decel zone could be a contention point for the judges to talk about later on into this run. But yeah, you could barely hear the revs of that chase car, not really reaching full song at any point throughout the run, just kind of slowing that thing on down, putting the car beautifully into the pocket, though, and really aggressively into the door of the lead driver. Lots of angle, though, up in the lead for Darius Ostrika. Really, really beautiful lead.
Yeah, they're going to have the second run coming here. Definitely some points on the board for both these guys. And here we go. Grigori Andreev from Russia in the lead. Austrian chase and contact already being made. And that is going to be a shutdown. Of course, the lead car basically having a 0. Going to have to look at that one again. But Andreev going to be able to take the rest of this run. It was hard for me to tell with my camera angle that I was looking at there, Ian. But it looked like the chase maybe just got a little bit too aggressive.
Yeah, just going to have to take a look on the replays. It might have been soup. We might have a big old bowl of soup there. But again, for the judges, they need to just double check to make sure that the lead was initiating at the correct point. If it was a little too early or a little too late, that could cause a very chase. But I don't really see the lead driver of run number 2, Grigori, initiating at the wrong point. It seemed to be correct. The chase driver maybe just getting a little overzealous and running into the side of the lead. Grigori may have been given the gift in the door of peer-to-peer door mail, I guess you could say. Hand delivered. Agree.
Hello, sir. Your Uber Eats is here, sir.
Sir? I don't think he's going to be getting anything higher than a 50% tip on that one, though. I don't think property damage is going to be.
Just to play devil's advocate, I see both sides of this argument here. We just saw something. I forget what battle it was in Formula Drift Erie where there was contact, and me and you argued for about 8 years on whose fault it was. So just to play devil's advocate here, if you look at that lead car, it almost looks like they don't get the angle they're looking for, and that is a decel zone, but I would have expected the lead car to be back on power. So I see a world where you can make an argument for either driver, I think, at this point. Obviously, chase car has to not make contact. That's rule number 1. You don't want to see any sort of chase car making contact whatsoever, but the lead car, I would have expected maybe a little bit more angle. It looked like just maybe a little bit of a hiccup. But now, again, just continuing to look at this run as we're speaking here. It almost looked there was contact right after the initiation. So I see a world where you can make an argument for either. I have an opinion on it, but I see a world where you can make an argument for either.
I would like to see that second run then put full screen to get a more clear picture of what exactly we're looking at here. So initiation for the lead, gets to the angle. I don't know. The lead driver may have put their car online to fill all of outer zone number 1. You're seeing a very aggressive initiation and chase. Darius doing their best to put it on the door as early as they can, maybe fearing that their car might have the same amount of speed as Grigori's S15 did in the lead, so just wanted to make sure he was there. But,
yeah, Andreev's a fast driver.
Yeah, if you take a look at the chase driver.
Yeah, there's contact before the initiation lines. Okay, I take my devil's advocate.
looks to be a little bit of a charge. The judges are doing their best to pay their dues in this one, just to make sure the right call is made. But by my eye, my monitor does not seem to be full screen. I didn't see any application of foot brake for the chase driver on that initiation. Could have been all handbrake, other than that, or that top light bar is not quite as bright. It's kind of hard to tell from what I have here. But yeah, it might have been a little bit over aggressive in the chase. But again, judges need to determine exactly what the call is going to be here. If the war on track happened on the last battle, I think the war in the judges' booth is going on in this battle. They're
still cleaning up blood from the last battle. Don't worry about it. They're still mopping in outer zone 3 here, so actually this kind of works out.
Hey, honestly, if this is going to be the future of Wembley, if drift is going to be the future here, I mean, clearly the football side of things didn't quite work out, so maybe we can make a new house.
They're already dead. Leave them alone.
I do apologize.
Come on, Grigori. Drive some freaking cars. Get ready for that joke about 7 more times.
Good save.
Yeah, did you hear me put the brakes on there? I was like, oh, wait a minute. There's a word in this I can't say.
Well, my producer is trying to say something in my ear real quick. What's going on, Cisco? Oh, there's a comment from Frisky. A comment from Frisky for Keenan delivered via Twitch chat. He wants to take a quick little look. Thank you, very cool.
Wembley Stadium, where's the British Bulldog? You see, Frisky, all men are created equal, but you look at me and you look at Samoa Joe and you see that statement is just not true.
Here we go.
That's all I remember off the top of my head.
Come on. I thought you lived and died by that phrase for the
No,
longest
I
of my
block
time.
it out of my mind. What do you mean? I turned my brain off for exactly 66 and 2/3% of it.
But if you take my 66 and 2/3%. Okay, so they have backed out just to check the actual in-sim replay system there. They have telemetry available. They have more angles available. They don't just have the one camera angle available via the broadcast replay. So Wes Johnson coming in with the decision. I'm seeing some drivers working their way to the line then, so I believe... Oh, Gregory won, by the way. Wes, we didn't have that information. Thank you, very cool. If you'd be ever so kind to please deliver that to the proper chat. Thank you, very cool. That means then this is your last battle of lobby number 1. Darren Baker versus Gregory Andreev. We're going to have to hold just a second so we can get production ready then. But this is, again, your final battle of lobby number 1. Gregory Andreev, Darren Baker. They both are very, very capable drivers again. But again, as you were saying earlier,
Andreev versus Andreev. Oh, there you go.
Darren is on one. So this is going to be a fun one. This is the battle to determine who of these two drivers is going on into your final 4. Is it Gregory in the lead? Is it Darren Baker in chase? Only one way to find out. Back into corner number 1. Lots of angle in the lead. R35 paying some respect on initiation, but closes back in late. Matching the angle through and through. Giant angle, by the way, up in that lead position. S15 not puffing about with this one, but contact made, wheel to wheel. R35 pushes down the S15, but does not shut down the lead driver, but definitely a little bit more reserved in that chase position, not getting into the door. Does so at the end of the run, though, through outer zone number 3, but lots of bobbles in chase there, Keenan. Never really quite in the pocket for that entire battle.
Yeah, maybe just driving with someone they're not super familiar with. I mean, Jamie and Darren both drive Irish drivers, so I'm assuming they drive with each other at least a little bit. But maybe Andreev and Baker just not your normal practice partners. Baker, I think, has been strongest in the lead position today, and I think Andreev as well has been strongest in the lead position, as you could see. A little bit of contact there in the inner clip, but no harm, no foul. And I think we're kind of just been treated with that Healy-Baker battle with seeing how close in proximity you are. That wasn't a bad chase run, all things considered. It just wasn't full kill that we've been used to seeing over those 3 OMTs. So definitely still an excellent job from both. Still all to play for from both, but I would like to see Darren get a little bit more aggressive here, and we might, yeah.
Yeah, Darren's aggression in the lead has been shown all tournament long.
Yep,
Does it
well.
again in outer zone moment. Gregory is matching in kind in that chase position. Oh, the angle was massive, and it completely throws off Gregory in chase. Same mistake that Jamie Healy made. Falls back a little too far in the chase. Closes it back in nicely for outer zone number 2. Darren Baker on the loud pedal. Outer zone number 2 with a ton of angle between the transition and flicks it so hard in outer zone 3. There's the contact. Gregory into the side of the R35. We saw contact earlier in run number 1, but not quite as heavy this time around.
Yeah, ran him over, took his lunch money. Going into the replay here, just really quick. You keep mentioning the backwards from Darren Baker. For those who are fans of drifting, but not necessarily competitive drifting, backwards entries are normally frowned upon because they're very difficult to chase. So a lot of tracks, Road Atlanta is a great example where we used to see a lot of backward entries, and then they stopped happening because judges stopped rewarding them. Because, you have a car drop 30 miles an hour slower than it's supposed to go. They're kind of hard to chase. That was Darren Baker with the win, by the way. Just kind of do that contact. Darren Baker, really, really fluid transitions, really high angle. Making that car work for him is going to be your group number 1 winner and moving on to your final 4. But Ian, that backwards entry into that inner clip is actually working out best for him because he can carry the most speed into that clip, and it pays off with some flashy angle as well.
Yeah, it definitely allows his line to stay uncompromised into inner clip 1. Keeps the gas pedal down as well through almost all of, if not the complete inner clip number 1 because of that angle. It does all of his decel with angle and just lets the car be nice and smooth through. It's a very nice style to watch. Really enjoying to see what he has done in that clip. Seen a couple of guys getting close to that style of angle into that clip. Saw Gregory almost going backwards in that last battle, but it just wasn't quite enough. And again, that contact and chase as well is going to be the big differentiating point of this battle. The bracket was not updated, but that is going to be Darren Baker advancing then due to the contact into your final 4. Really, really solid way to start off the end of lobby number 1. We're going to be moving on into lobby number 2 in just a couple of short moments. That is going to be Artem Chokov, Darren again, here it is, Dylan Fink, Mikhail Mordanov, Shea McCullough, Zach O'Sullivan, that is your points leader, by the way, for the season so far, your 5th seed of the day. Edgar Rojas, Masashi Yoshida, and Yasir Saad are going to be in this second lobby. Looking forward to that just after this break. But before we can get to that, we have to pay some dues. Got to thank all of our fine sponsors here in the Esports Association supporting what we do all season long. So again, the round of this Esport Drift Association, round number 4 at Wembley, is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, street car, show car, you name it, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Visit bigduckclub.com for more. And brought to you by Nexen Tire, one of the leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we got you. Learn more at your local Nexen dealer. By NRG Innovations. From hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more, NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for in your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG is continuing to innovate. Visit getnrg.com for more. By Next Level Racing. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, cockpit, or accessories, please check out nextlevelracing.com. Also brought to you by Vosan, the leading source for competitive drift content on the Assetto Corsa platform. If you want to see the track in your Assetto Corsa library from today's event or more throughout the entirety of the season, well, one place to get all your downloads. Visit vosan.co. That is vosan.co. And again, that is going to do it for lobby number 1. But when we come back, lobby number 2 of the day will be firing off here in just a couple of short minutes. So don't you go anywhere. We'll be back just on the other side of this break. And welcome back to Podium Esports, continuing coverage of the Esports Drift Association round number 4 at the Wembley Arena. This is lobby number 2, and as you can see on screen just below the logos and now the bracket for lobby number 2, your first battle is on the line and ready to go. Artem Cholkov, your 4th seed, will be going up against Dylan Fink, your 29th seed. S13 versus RX7 battle. This has been a very, very fun competition so far, Keenan. I would imagine this is going to continue to produce, if anything is to show for the rest of today.
Yeah, Dylan just grabbing some fresh tires. When they sit on the line for that long, just want to make sure those rear tires are still hot. But yeah, our first group absolutely coming out swinging, putting on a show. Can this second group match that pace, match that momentum, match that energy of group number 1? Artem Cholkov in the RX7, Dylan Fink in the S13. We are ready to go. Dylan with the strobes on, talking about putting on a show. Artem in the lead from the Ukraine. Big angle in that RX7, getting all of that outer zone, but Dylan Fink will not be denied in the chase, trying to be able to put on one of our first upsets of the day. Little bit of separation there, but gonna see him charge back in. Yes, but a little bit awkward on the charge in the chase, moving into the final outer zone here. Artem looking really good in the lead position, seeing why they qualified so well. As I see that, commentator's curse into the wall, bang bang, bouncing off the wall like a pinball.
We said before earlier that contact in the outside wall is not to be desired. The contact is okay, but if you lose angle due to the contact, oh, that's a massive deduction. And it's a shame because you saw the gap opening into the start of outer zone number 3. It seems like, oh, goodness me, Artem is starting to pull away here. I think Dylan Fink is on the back foot, and then bam, you're going to see the back bumper hitting the wall as soon as the replay gets to outer zone number 3. So almost offsetting, if not negating, and going back in the opposite direction, any advantage that Artem had. It's not a solid way to end out your run, but there's still a whole other second half to go.
Second half of this run now, Artem in the chase, going to see them get super aggressive. Dylan Fink driving out of England, trying to be able to take home or have a good run here on home court. Or home pitch, I suppose. Football. Ready to send these drivers for their second run. Dylan, again, in that S13 180SX. In chase, the FDRX7, Artem Cholkov. Big flick from both. Dylan very fluid on the first outer zone, but Artem going to try to put the pressure on in the chase position, getting some blue paint on that all-white vehicle of Dylan Fink. Transitioning now into this second outer zone. Again, big fluid flicks from both these drivers. Excellent job so far. Get up smoke here in Wembley Stadium, moving into the final zone. Great job from Dylan, almost getting into the wall, maybe over-angling just a little bit. Minor mistake from Dylan, though. I don't think it's going to be enough to sway the judges either way, Ian. Great job from Dylan to be able to be able to do everything they needed to do in the lead.
Yeah, so this will then beg the question, is that chase for Artem going to be enough to offset what they had mistaken their lead at the end of the run as well? Got to bear that in mind. Dylan Fink's chase was definitely not as good, not as consistent, I would say, than just by the eye at a first initial glance. A lot more proximity was open on run number 1 versus run number 2. And goodness me, Dylan, you know what? It's not going to be enough. I believe that we'll get some clarification because of this. It may be because of the contact to the outside wall. But Dylan Fink will be advancing. Dylan Fink takes down Artem Cholkov. That's actually one of the first upsets of the day as well. Trying to get clarification as to why that decision was made. I'd imagine it's probably because of that wall contact.
Yeah, 100%. That's almost a 0 there from the lead position. So
close to, very close to. That was 2 contacts as well that made a loss of angle as well. And that's got to be a really tough pill to swallow for Artem because, gosh, that chase was solid, putting on a show. And yes, to getting confirmation then it is that wall contact. Too much to overcome then, despite that really fantastic chase. And that will be Artem going down. Dylan Fink getting the win.
Yeah, one of our lead judges here, Initial Die, I guess, just came in. It was just the wall, just the bump on the wall, just the Keith.
Yeah, it was the last turn wall for Artem. It was 2 taps to the wall and kind of corrected them. And Dylan kind of got lucky with one because that following run, Artem gave him one good follow run. So. But overall, it gave Dylan the win.
All right, Di, thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of the day. I know that the judging's not been easy so far, so.
Oh yeah, everybody's driving great today, so yeah. Alrighty.
All right, that was Harold McKinney, also known as Initial Die, one of our ESDA CEO and one of our lead judges, but not seeing Shay McCullough on the line right now. Not even seeing them in the server. So we'll see if we can get you guys an update on that. They're supposed to be battling Mikhail Mordvinov, who is on the lead, or on the line, sorry. I do know there is 2 different competitions happening today, so some drivers might not be here. I believe we got it all sorted out before, but who knows?
And that is a bye.
Yeah, that is going to be it. Mikhail Mordvinov, as long as they get a run here from Style, aggressive. Oh, Shay with... Yeah, that's... Huh. Don't like to see that. Shay McCullough having some technical issues, or not technical issues, some hardware issues, and that is going to be them bowing out of top 32 competition, and Mikhail just needs a little bit of a boop to the wall, just needs to finish the run, and that's it. Mikhail Mordvinov will be moving on into the top 16 here in group number 2.
Oh, Mikhail, don't play with my heart like that.
Yeah. Big spooky.
Yeah, so next battle is going to be your points leader on the season so far after 3 rounds, Zach O'Sullivan, going up against Edgar Rojas. So Zach O'Sullivan, your 5th seed. Edgar, I heard that in the background, your 28th seed. And we're going to confirm that Edgar and...
Why are you saying it like
Zach
a weirdo?
Is here. Edgar? There's like 20,000 pages. Soto Course's UI is very intuitive.
Edgar. Me name Edgar. Me eat chicken nugget.
Edgar, if
Unga bunga.
That's probably not what you talk about, please. They're making fun of me. I apologize. All those are some giant rims on this BMW. As Mo the One would say, that is a certified sheesh.
No, Mo's in bed right now. He already had to tear up all this lawn, put in this asphalt. He's a busy boy.
True. The groundskeepers here at Wembley were putting in the overtime. So,
did you? Was that? Stop it! They're already dead, then.
O'Sullivan off the line. Your lead driver and points leader with a big flick into 1, but doesn't quite set the car into outer zone number 1 right away. But that's a lot of angle, filling the rest of the outer zone beautifully. There's the backwards angle into inner clip number 1 in the lead, matching beautifully in chase. Edgar over the side with that big gap shown into outer zone number 2. Maybe deselling a little too early in chase. Zach, lots of speed with this S15 up in that lead position, showing why he is your current points leader. Edgar has anything to say forward to the outer zone. Contact being made, but inconsistent in chase for sure. Zach getting a lot of points swinging their way in the first half of this battle.
Yeah, Ian, great job from both these guys, ESDA veterans. Again, we do know Zach under JSI Mystified has done excellent stuff in ESDA before, but Edgar as well, I do believe, has been present in ESDA on the Forza side before we transitioned over to the sim of the Soto Corsa. So cool to see these guys battle. I believe this is the first time we've seen Rojas today, or this year in competition, if I am correct. But good job from both, but maybe a little bit of a bobble there from Rojas in the final outer zone. That big BMW just getting a little bit of front grip when they weren't expecting it. But overall, nothing that can't be fought through.
Yeah, it can definitely be overcome. Nothing damning as far as the scorecard goes off the line. Not a lot of speed by that BMW with the lead, but the angle is going to show Zach O'Sullivan. Good job matching that pace through the outer zone number 1. Oh, big angle for the BMW to inner clip, though. That's a really nice, good, stylish drive in inner clip number 1. Starting to run away a little bit with a bit of contact on the outside wall. Angles up at the end, but no, makes that contact at the end of outer zone number 2 in the lead. Does Rojas. Big angle again.
Yeah,
that's a heavy contact into the outside wall. The goalpost has been hit. Unfortunate.
Stop that!
Soup is being. I'm unrelenting, all right?
You don't even like soccer.
I love soccer. What are you talking about?
As of what, last week?
I was in Germany for the 2014 World Cup. If anything to say to you, come on now. So yeah,
you didn't go to Germany for that, though. You were just there.
Yeah, true. So Zach O'Sullivan, then due to the contact, Edgar gets the defeat there. Zach O'Sullivan moving on, your 5th seeded driver, and again, your points leader, already putting down some good points on the day with that victory. Moving on into your top 16.
Yeah, just it sucks to see Edgar go out like this. Edgar's an excellent driver, and definitely did not see the best of them today. But just really quickly before we go into our next battle, which will be, I believe, Masahi Yoshida in one of the coolest cars on the grid against Yasir Saad, which I do believe one of the most aggressive drivers from what I remember my last round commentating in Megaspace. But this might be around, we've seen a lot of the S chassis, the 14s, the 15s, do really, really well in competition. This might be around where you see a lot of these longer wheelbase, heavier vehicles get an advantage with these big angles, these big flicks. Yeah. We saw it from Darren Baker. Oh, this is some connection. We saw it from Darren Baker, and we just saw it there from Rojas before the contact, unfortunately. Big, aggressive flicks, big, fluid flicks. The ability to throw lots of angle, and that's the speed difference is really throwing up a lot of these lighter, more gripped up cars as well. As we have Yoshida in the wagon E36, I believe, with Saad in the chase in the 14. Solid entry so far, a little bit of a separation, but maybe Saad just waiting to put on the pressure here in chase. Yoshida, again, big fluid, big angle on that inner clip, big transitions as well, using a little bit of the foot brake to keep that wagon, that E36 Touring, on that outer wall.
Whoa.
Up these outer zones is Yoshida. Japan is here to play, but Saad with the proximity there at the end.
Whew. Yoshida-san is flirting with disaster, and that outer zone 3 wall, that BMW was going in. I thought for sure that was the end. Hold your breath and count to 10, but no, holds on to it, puts down the loud pedal, was able to grip out of that situation and filling almost every single inch of outer zone number 3 thanks to that very aggressive run as well. Seeing a little bit of separation between inner clip 1, inner clip 2, or outer zone 2, pretty common throughout the day. But very well matched in the chase position. A really aggressive charge there for Yasir as well in chase to close out the run. Lots of points left on the table in the second half of this one.
Yeah, again, Yoshida in an E36 Touring. We do apologize for that mistake, but we're going to try to seal the deal. Saad going to be able to see what they can do in the lead. Japan versus UAE, I believe, here. Or Saudi Arabia. Good proximity in the chase from that wagon. Going to be able to transition. Here's Saad getting all of the outer zones. A little bit more contact from Yoshida. Not backing down in chase. Big angle into that final outer zone from Saad. Saad, again, showing what they could do in the lead. A very aggressive driving from that lead position. Big transitions, getting all those outer zones. Excellent job, but Yoshida was not having any of that with the proximity in the chase.
Very solid lead, very solid chase through and through. There was a point where I thought for sure Yasir was going to be throwing their rods to the moon. I swear that car was just on limiter for almost 30 seconds straight throughout that run. Ow, so much style for your lead driver, Yasir. Very well matched by Yoshida and Chase, but again, to have a good lead, to have a good chase, you got to have a good lead, very consistent up in the lead. So really, maybe some of the chase faults can be pinned on a couple of inconsistencies by the lead. I was noticing some points where there was some really fast zones for the lead driver for Yoshida, where he then had to slam on the brakes to kind of low it up later on into the zone, and to like shallow out an angle and angle up heavy to compensate for potentially going into the wall. And I'd say probably a little bit more consistent of a lead for Yasir in comparison. So there's definitely a couple of offsetting points to this battle. I could see this maybe being the first one more time of lobby number 2, depending on how these things offset.
Yeah, I was gonna say both leads were fairly exciting to watch, but both chases leaving something a bit to be desired. Yoshida just not having the angle I think they were looking for, not the fluidity of the angle, but Saad not getting any of the proximity they were looking for until the end of the run. So we'll have to see if those mistakes, and they do, both of those mistakes even out. Again, good lead for lead, fairly even, chase for chase, both making similar mistakes. one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going at it again here in Wembley Stadium with Masahi Yoshida against Yasir Saad. Japan versus Saudi Arabia. We are going one more time.
Man,
When have you ever heard that before, by the way, in the world of drifting?
I can't say I ever have, if I'm frank with you. Pretty exciting stuff, though. I like to see this go one more time. There's things that both drivers can improve on, and they have their opportunity then with this one more time battle. So Yoshida back up in the lead. Saad in the chase once again off the line. We'll see if they can have a little bit of a cleaner lead. Will Yoshida in the lead. Big angle into outer zone number 1. Matched beautifully in chase by Yasir. Dragging the brake at the exit of outer zone 1 to flick it into the massive angle to inner clip number 1. Beautifully matched. This time a lot closer for Yasir. Filling all of the outer zones this time is Yoshida all over the side of the door. Saad not letting them get away in the lead. Big angle up to the lead, and this time more consistent in outer zone number 3 for Yoshida, and again into the door in chase was Saad. Much cleaner run this time around.
Yeah, cleaner from both, I think there, Ian. Again, really smooth and collected run from Yoshida. A lot smoother in that angle. We'll have to see what they do in the chase, but Saad correcting the mistakes from their first chase run. And again, I think they waited until the second, the last outer zone to be able to really push, but they weren't far behind to a point where it was extremely noticeable. So, waiting till the last corner to get really aggressive in chase is smart, but being able to close that up and have it a bit closer was the correction they needed.
Yeah, so switch it around, then Saad getting their shot at the lead. Yoshida in
Oh,
chase.
my
Oh,
God.
that was a disgusting flick in the lead for Saad. Yoshida not quite ready for it. Shelling out on the angle to keep it into the door, making contact with interclip number 1 and exiting interclip 1-2. Violence is the answer in the chase position for Yoshida. Beautifully recovered in the lead is Saad, though. Gets to outer zone 2 and fills it despite the contact pushing them wide. And massive angle for Yasir in the lead. That may be all she wrote for Yoshida after a couple of mistakes and very heavy contact. Interclip number 1.
Yeah, I need to watch that back, but Yoshida definitely getting the gloves out in that chase position, which is where we saw that's probably what pushed that WOMT before. Saad very, very fluid. Well, probably some of the best angle we've seen out of an S chassis today. But yeah, even Saad was going a little bit wide, and we're going to see that now with Yasir Saad getting the win over Masahi Yoshida. Unfortunately for Yoshida, going to be knocked out here in top 32 action in group number 2, but Saad, some of the most fluid driving we've seen of an S chassis today. So again, Yasir Saad out of Saudi Arabia going to be one to watch as we move into our next battle here of Mikhail Mordvinov against Dylan Fink. This is your number 13 qualifier against your number 29 qualifier. Dylan bringing that upset in the first battle here of group number 2 as we move into the top 16 of group number 2. Mikhail Mordvinov out of Ukraine, Dylan Fink out of England, wanting to represent their home countries. Last round that I was able to witness at Megaspace, we saw the Brazilians come out in full force in Brazil. Are we going to see the English trying to reclaim what's theirs here in Wembley Stadium? Mikhail in the lead, Fink in the chase, blue S15 leading, white S13 180SX in the chase.
Oh,
Mikhail getting all of that outer zone, trying to put that big Country Labs wing over the wall, but Fink will not be denied in chase right there. Big angle from Mikhail. Fink says, anything you can do, I can do better. Matching it in the chase position, getting all of this second outer zone, but feeling Fink going a little bit shallow on the outer zone to be able to maintain that proximity. Into the wall! Into the wall is our Ukrainian driver of Mikhail Mordvinov. We've seen it before already, Ian, today, getting just a little bit too aggressive with that wall. I think just the line going into the corner, and that was all she wrote.
I've seen it once before. We're going to see it again here. Just a little too aggressive into outer zone number 3. Mikhail putting down a good run otherwise. Dylan Fink was matching through and through, but definitely there were some points where I think Mikhail could have done a little more solid in the chase position to maybe offset some of the maybe cadence differences. I would still say the proximity was solid for Dylan Fink through and through. Really putting it on the pressure. Mikhail feeling that pressure going into outer clip 3. You can see that back end just hitting the start of the wall. Unfortunate mistake for Mikhail. Just kind of has to pray at this point that Dylan will make a mistake in kind.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the S15 of Mikhail Mordvinov. In the lead now is Dylan Fink. Mikhail has to bring all of the noise here in chase position. And great job so far trying to put the pressure on Fink, but Fink so far not phased going into the second outer zone. Nice and fluid from that S13 in the lead. But pressure being put on in the chase from the S15. Mordvinov almost into the same mistake. I do believe that's not going to be a 0 or shutdown because Fink was able to continue and Mordvinov was not. But it might come down to whether Mordvinov was after the wall contact was Mordvinov hit again. This might be sketchy, but it might not be as self-explanatory as it looks.
Now, quick decision then already. Dylan
Or I'm dumb, or I might be stupid. That's also possible.
Happens to the best of us. Dylan Fink, we've seen him absorb pressure just last round, making his way into the Final Four, mind you. And we'll be doing it once again here with another solid victory. I believe Dylan Fink's run into the Final Four last round was also through a chain of upset victories. So Dylan, maybe not the best at qualifying, but it comes down to these battles. They're putting it on. They have the prowess to get it done. So this is going to be your last top 16 battle of lobby number 2. Zach O'Sullivan versus Yasir Saad. Production was ready, but I was not. Here we go off the line. This will be a battle. Initiation for O'Sullivan in the lead. Giant angle in the S15. Matched beautifully in chase. Yasir Saad all over the side of Zach, throwing down the angle to decel the car into interclip number 1. Right beautifully was Yasir in the chase position and not run over that S15 in the lead. Not quite as deep into outer zone number 2. That fine for Zach O'Sullivan. All over the side is Yasir, and filling outer zone 3 beautifully is Zach O'Sullivan, and all over the door is Yasir again. We've been seeing Yasir running a little inside of outer zone number 3 to keep that car in the door multiple times a day, and it's still paying off.
Yeah, I think Yasir Saad just taking the Masahi Yokoi school of driving here and just being able to get as close to the door of Zach O'Sullivan. As you can see, the obvious inspirations from the livery of that blue S14. But Zach showing why he's currently your points leader, won your first 2 rounds, just getting all the angle, filling all the outer zones, getting all the walls. Nothing really to report from that lead S15, really, but Saad doing a great job in chase. If they could clean it up just a little bit, and we've seen their leads being super aggressive as well, Zach may have a run for his money here.
Yeah, definitely not going to be the type of battle where you can just lay back and play it safe. Yasir was matching Zach in run number 1. Zach needs to put on the pressure in kind. Big flick in the lead. Zach getting aggressive in the chase position. Beautiful held line for the lead driver. Yasir running all of outer zone number 1 with a giant angle into interclip number 1 and gets down to the inside beautifully. Zach across the bumper in the transition. Outer zone number 2 up to the wall in the lead position was Yasir, putting down a really solid lead so far. Zach transitions across the bumper again, but Yasir in the lead position has some really good angle. This one's going to come down to the scorecard, Keenan. This could be close.
Man, you heard Zach in second gear there, just popping off the limiter. You know, this slower courses really sign to favor some drivers' styles, and Zach just it's going to come down to that entry, whether the judges deem that. I don't think this is going to lean in the direction of Saad, who has a huge fan club actually in chat, but it's going to come down, I think, to that entry, and that entry put this into one more time situations, or is Sullivan going to be getting the win? Or maybe there isn't, maybe there's something I didn't see, where maybe Saad was able to pull this back, but a great lead from that blue S14, but I think it's going to come down to the entry of O'Sullivan. Tried to time the entry, just didn't quite get it, and you saw that kind of hiccup from that, I don't even know what color you'd call that, cranberry S15 in the chase.
Hey, good band.
Zombie.
So I think the differences in lead for lead is probably going to come down to how deep O'Sullivan was in outer zone 2 versus Saad, who I would consider to be much further into the zone, without really giving up a whole lot of angle either. We're also seeing there, pay attention to the left side of the screen in outer zone number 3, the differences of angle. I like to say O'Sullivan's angle wasn't quite up to the same as Saad on initial glance, doing that shallower line, keeping it very deep into outer zone number 3. And then pay attention then to the right side of your screen as that cycles to that portion of the course. I think I saw a little more style out of Saad in contrast. No, just about equal as well. Probably similar where like they start the outer zone number 3 with a lot of angle to decel the cars and slowly shallow out the angle to end out outer zone number 3 to start putting down the speed and maybe try to open a little bit of a gap. But it was beautifully matched by O'Sullivan and Chase. In contrast to what Saad did, really this comes down to, I think, the differences between corner number 1, Chase for Chase, and then lead for lead. I believe it's going to be outer zone number 2. Other than that, pretty comparable runs.
Still waiting on a judging call. I just doubled. Oh.
Yep.
Keenan's real smart. I use my noodle big think brain. This is going one more time, ladies and gentlemen. We are going at it again. Zach O'Sullivan versus Yasir Saad. It is not over. We need to find out who will be winning group number 2, or who will be moving on to face Dylan Fink to see who's the winner of group number 2. Zach O'Sullivan versus Yasir Saad. They're going at it again. Yasir in the chase in the S14. Zach in the lead in the S15. Both know the mistakes they made in the last run. Let's see if they can clean up on them. Zach now entering a little bit shallow. Going to move his way out to that wall. Yasir going to follow his line. See if he can push in the chase position. Like I said, very inspired by Masai Yokoi. We are seeing it in the driving right now. Oh, Zach into the wall! Zach into the wall! Zach O'Sullivan into the wall! A huge uncharacteristic mistake for our points leader. Getting the wall on outer zone number 2. Yasir Saad with the upset right now. Still has a whole nother run to do, Ian, but that is a huge advantage for Yasir.
I think Zach knew he needed to get a little bit deeper into outer zone number 2 compared to what happened to run number 1, and that's going to come to bite him in the end. If this is the downfall of O'Sullivan here for this round, he's still going to be pretty deep into the competition. This would be top 8 points, but still, lots of potential points going to be left off the board. Those add up throughout the season. Going into outer zone number 2, filled it the best they could, but just a little too much speed. Back against the wall very aggressively. That's a complete loss of angle. Unfortunate for Zach O'Sullivan. Anything can happen though. Yasir still needs to put down a lead, and O'Sullivan can put on the pressure. Will Yasir crack, or will be getting his ticket into the final 4?
Yeah, if I was Yasir, I'd be ready to get run into at this point. Yasir Saad in the lead position. O'Sullivan and Chase, that same sort of hiccup in Chase from O'Sullivan, not what he needs right now. He needs to be able to put as much pressure on this S14 as possible, and he is doing right onto the door. Is he even going to give him room to transition here? Just about. Saad is not phased, though. Very, very cool and collected is this lead driver of Yasir Saad from Saudi Arabia, trying to be able to... Oh, and contact being made again from Zach O'Sullivan, getting into the back of Yasir Saad. What we're going to have to talk about now, was it contact due to the massive flick from that S14, or was that a result of the contact?
Oh, this is going to be controversy, because there is a world where that could be deemed an inchaseable lead if that was too big of a flick in the lead position. I don't know if that's going to be counted as a complete shutdown. And again, my brain farted a little bit. Zach O'Sullivan will be going down in top 16, not even to the grade 8. There's still a Dylan Fink to decide who gets to the final 4. So Zach O'Sullivan...
That looked like contact way before. I think Zach was just putting a little bit too much ketchup on his hamburger.
Yeah, I'll take a look at it one more time here for sure to double check with my eyes. But yeah, you'd be correct. There could have been a little bit of contact. Second screen is full. We have a decision in already. Yes, the decision is in, but pay attention before we get to that.
Just
contact in the decel zone. Contact.
He needed to do, yeah.
But he puts on the pressure, but it's not going to be enough. Yasir Saad is going to be advancing to go against Dylan Fink in the top 8, and Zach O'Sullivan bowing out in the top 16. We're going to take a look at the points totals for the year so far to see where the rest of the drivers are going to stand up and where they can make some points back due to this very early bow out for Zach O'Sullivan. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, but fortunate for Yasir Saad, could potentially be seeing their way into the ESDA Wembley Stadium Final 4, but they have one last hurdle to go through. Ian, Dylan Fink on home soil is trying to play spoiler here to Yasir Saad's run. But will Yasir Saad move on, or will be Dylan Fink in the Final 4? We're about to find out.
So Dylan Fink looking for 2 back-to-back Final 4 appearances. Yasir Saad going to get their way into the Final 4 for what I believe is the first time this season for them. First run into corner number 1. Lots of angle in the lead, and beautifully filling all of outer zone number 1. Dylan Fink losing on the proximity, isn't quite there in the picture. And again, through inner clip number 1 is not there either. Transitions across the bumper. Oh, the angle was beautiful for Yasir Saad, riding the momentum of the victory from the last run, last top 16 battle. Oh, there is so much
God,
style
who is this
for
guy?
Yasir Saad. That may very well be one of the best, if not the best, lead runs of the day so far.
All right, I want a Yasir Saad t-shirt. Who's got the hookups? Last time I asked this question, there was actually a link in chat. So, Yasir, just excellent job. Not to take anything away from Dylan. I've seen Dylan drive before. Team Xenon. He's not. This is not a new face to me whatsoever. But Yasir Saad just showing up today, representing JX team to their fullest potential. Great job from Dylan in the chase. Would like to see him maybe get a little bit more of those outer zones, but for the most part, super aggressive.
Drivers are off the line already. A little weren't quite ready, but that doesn't matter. The battle is continuing all over the side. That is a very aggressive chase. Yasir Saad putting it into the door of Dylan Fink. Dylan needs to run away, needs to open up a gap. He's not going to do that into outer zone number 2. All over the side is Yasir Saad, transitioning right across the bumper. Massive angle for Dylan Fink into outer zone number 3. If this is how he goes down, he did it in style, Keenan. Yasir Saad putting it on the door, trying to staple their way into that final 4 today. Dylan Fink with a beautiful lead. Will it be enough?
Dylan Fink stressing me out there in the lead. I really thought he was putting into the wall in outer zone number 1, but good job of reining that angle in, doing a great job of not making contact with that outer wall. But yes, the Yasir Saad like a shark smelling blood. It do be Shark Week. Yasir Saad smelling blood in the water. Absolutely was just a killer after that. Right onto the door of Dylan Fink. He wants this final, and you could see it in his driving.
Yep, and with that aggression in the chase and aggression in the lead, Yasir Saad will be advancing to the final 4. Dylan Fink's run ends in the Great 8, and we now have the left side of the bracket completed with this victory for Yasir Saad. It'll be Yasir Saad against Darren Baker. Oh, that's going to be a fire battle.
That's going to be nuts.
To determine which one of those two will go to the final. But that is only the halfway point of the competition. Lobby number 3 coming up just around the corner with Brandon Gardner, Kirchenko, I believe, Vakaris Alukas, William Holloway, Ahmed Harbi, Soldankin Hildebrand, and Jacobellis are going to be your 8 drivers in lobby number 3. This has been a fire run so far. And Kanan, still a long way to go.
Still a very long way to go. This is only first half of our first two groups. Still got 2 more to go. So some huge names, as you said, in the next 2 groups. I'm seeing in group number 4, but we'll get to that when we get to it. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We still have so much more drift action for you as we're getting our next lobby loaded in. But before then, we do have to give a thanks to those who support us here at Podium Esports and EA Sports Drift Association. So let's get that done. This round of the Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Visit Big Duck Club for more. Nexen Tire, one of the leading manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we got you. Learn more at your local Nexen dealer. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, ship knobs, and more, NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG continues to innovate. Visit getnrg.com for more. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for your next racing or flight sim edition, cockpit, or accessories, check out nextlevelracing.com. And Vosan, your leading source for competitive drift content in the Assetto Corsa platform. Want the track from today's event? Want some car packs to be able to participate? Visit vosan.co. That's VOSAN.co. And ladies and gentlemen, we will be back here in just a moment here at Podium Esports. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
And welcome back to Podium Esports coverage of round number 4 here at the Wembley Arena. And we have a little something planned. Someone's been dormant for a little while, but the weather is getting nice. It's beautiful out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I believe it is time to
Cue the Chuck.
Oh, that was not cool. Well, there's Cue the Chuck, Podium Esports trivia game. If you have the answer in chat, feel free to shout it out. The first one wins a virtual cookie, and there may not even be a question this time around. From all I know, Chuck is choosing violence. I don't even know what it is today. Oh, no! They're already dead, Cisco. I'm sorry, that is Chuck. Chuck did this. We had nothing to do with this, okay? Chuck is probably need to go back into retirement.
I did not condone this. I for one, I'm part of the Commonwealth. I would not betray my queen like that. Disrespectful.
Oh, breathing is getting difficult for the EM Flash household right now.
The chat? No, it's not.
Oh boy. Well, thank you, Chuck. Very cool. But I think we're gonna get a word from the PR department on that one. No, actually, we're not. Never mind. I'm hearing the PR department can't talk anymore because they still have they hear the resonance of the goalposts in the back of their ears right now. It's still going. Anyways, lobby number 3. I am so sorry. Brandon Garner. No, I'm not. Kirichenko, Lucas Holloway, Harby, Soldatkin, Hildebrand, and Jacobellis are going to be the 8 in lobby number 3. Still got a couple of them, I believe, filing, and as we speak, we actually already be set and ready to go. I just need to go through everything and make sure we are good to go. But yeah, this is going to be the 3rd lobby, and yeah, we're still waiting on some connections here as the drivers are on track and still getting a little bit of warm-up in before we get to the point where we're ready to continue this competition. Again, this is the halfway point of tonight's competition. We have 16 more drivers on the right-hand side of the bracket that we're going to whittle down to just 2. And those 2 who advance from this will be looking to go up against the left side of the bracket in Darren Baker and Yasir Saad, who fought tooth and nail to get into that position into the Final 4
I
through
can't
and through,
wait
though.
for that battle. I cannot wait.
I have that one
That is-
circled and highlighted, and the tildes are all over my screen right now. I made a perfect circle out of it. Like, it's gonna be a war. I'm looking forward to that one with utmost anticipation, I guess is the word you can use on that one. So still waiting on just a couple more connections into the server. There may be a couple of issues that we are not knowledgeable of, and the judges are. But the first battle of this lobby will be Brandon Gardner versus Kirichenko, your second versus 31st seed.
Kirichenko is somebody we are waiting on, which is kind of a shame because you need to see their car. I'm going to spoil it. You could see it yourself, but Stanislav Kirichenko's car is beautiful. Let's just put it that way. Just waiting for them to show up. They're not currently in the server, but that is going to be Brandon Gardner. I think I saw them on Twitter or Instagram the other night. Pretty stoked on their qualifying position, qualifying number 2. So congrats to Gardner on that one. TSC out of the USA, out of good old Georgia. And waiting on Kirichenko from Ukraine. You know, I don't think this gets brought up enough. Shout out to literally everybody in this series. ESDA always used to have a couple in fours at least. Always used to have a couple of international drivers. But for the most part, it was people from the UK, Canada, and US. It really wasn't... It really wasn't as multinational as it is now. But let me just kind of scroll through. I don't know how much of these drivers are left in, but let me just scroll some of the countries that are participating today: Japan, Poland, Australia, Spain, Saudi Arabia, obviously the USA, Lithuania came out is really strong. Shout out to all the Lithuanians in chat. Surprised you're not at the room to 1006 today.
Mm-hmm.
But Lithuania is showing up strong. Ireland as well, Ukraine, Russia, Slovakia, Hungary. You know, it's very much multinational now as ESDA, and just to be able to, and that's just the drivers that qualified. You know, there's almost 200 drivers in the background that you guys don't see here, over 2 days that try to be able to qualify and get their way in, that you aren't seeing. So, you know, shout out to all these drivers. It's so awesome to be able to see them out here and competing at this high of a level. But there can only be one winner, and we're still waiting to get some drivers in. I think they were having the same issue that I was with some cars that were missing.
Yeah. So in the meantime, we get a couple of nice onboard shots for you all back at home, just to see what the drivers, if not the drivers, the passengers are seeing around this course. Gosh, if they could make this actually happen in real life at some point, that would be so sick to see this wall of people around, and just the giant presence that can be felt at Wembley just by the size of the grandstands alone is just such a cool sight. One of my favorite sporting venues in the entire world. Very, very good spot to have some virtual drifting competition. To give you an update on what is going on, Holloway appears to be missing 1 or 2 cars in the giant cacophony, the symphony of cars.
That's a good word.
Many. There's so many. Thank you. It was a word that I had written down somewhere that I need to work into the broadcast. I'm proud of myself on that one. But there's just so many cars in these packs. Some of these drivers are having some issues with acquiring all of the cars. So at this point, we're just waiting on Holloway to source which one of those cars are missing, get them from a driver or staff, and then we can figure out how this competition will advance in some timely manner. But for the time being, everyone out here getting a little extra warm-up time if they're out here to put down some more laps. Actually, now getting the work. This will be a bye run. Brandon Gardner.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker.
And that is a shame because Kirichenko, we see there was a connection to the server at some point. They were in practice. Was here warming up, and they were
driving that GT3 Mercedes.
Yeah, the beautiful GT3 we saw at the start of the broadcast. Yeah, so not here. Not sure why. Maybe connection problems. Something maybe we're not too sure what's going on there. But unfortunately, not going to be able to compete, and that is going to be then the bye run for your number 2 seated driver, Brandon Gardner.
Yeah, Brandon just needs to put a run in here. Again, excellent job from him. Glad to see some of these guys that have been working their tails off to try to improve their driving, really start to see some results. Brandon being able to get the first run jitters out of the way. put down his first competition lap. Nothing really to... Oh, great job on that last outer zone. And a solid one from Brandon. Moving on into your top 16 group number 3.
Yeah, it looks like, unfortunately, it's a no-show for your 31st seated driver. And be able to start off, unfortunately, with a bye run. That's a shame, too. That car is beautiful. I love but definitely one of, if not the most unique cars we have here out on the grid. And unfortunately, yep. That is
and there's a lot.
Run.
There's a lot. Well, I mean, it's the battle of the S chassis, but we still had the Evo earlier, the Evo 3 of Fukushi. Actually, Japan just showing up in wacky cars in general.
Oh, yeah.
We have some RX-7s. We had that big Mercedes. There's a Supra that we're going to be seeing later. So it's always cool to see some different cars, especially since this is the Settle course, so you do have the power to do whatever you want. But next battle on deck, William Holloway going against Vicaris Alukas, last round's winner.
Yep.
Holloway looking to try to play spoiler. I know Holloway's looking for a good finish here today, but Vicaris trying to make a berth get some points in. Great job so far from Alukas, the Lithuanian driver, getting all of that first outer zone. But Holloway, what is door? Baby, don't touch me. Getting all of that yellow door, ketchup and mustard going into that first inner zone, but not able to capitalize on the second outer zone. Proximity is all fine and good, but you got to be able to keep through the whole run. Holloway trying to close back in as Alukas getting all of the angle in.
Yeah.
Great job in the lead. That was excellent in the chase, but couldn't follow through.
Yeah, Vicaris picking up where he left off at the figure 8 at Englishtown. I'm surprised that motor is still running after the red line abuse from the previous round and doing it once again. There was almost no point where I just wasn't hearing that thing pinning on top of the chip up in that lead position. Solid, fluid, and stylish lead. Every single bit of his run was linked together beautifully. No real hiccups, no bobbles, almost getting every zone. And Holloway, in and out in chase, he was there, but with no better way of putting it, he wasn't there. So he needs to do something a little special here in the lead, and I'd imagine Vicaris has got something special in his back pocket here.
Yeah, maybe just getting a little bit too aggressive too early, but Holloway in the lead now. Oh, that's very aggressive from Vicaris. Holloway not getting to the outer zone immediately. Vicaris doing a great job of not being able to make contact, moving into the inner zone here. Holloway trying to run away right now in the lead, maybe transitioning a little bit late, kind of a wacky line going in there from what I saw from Holloway, but Alukas doing a great job of compensating for that. All of that outer zone right now from that lead S14 of a Holloway, but Alukas right there on the door in the shadow of William Holloway.
Yellow paint. Good English. That's really
ketchup and mustard.
Yellow paint, yellow headlights, you name it. Vicaris has the complete package there with this S15. S14, solid lead through and through, but Vicaris, I think, just pressure-wise, proximity-wise, much more consistent all over the side of that lead driver throughout the course. A couple of very aggressive charges. I thought for sure Outer Zone 2 and Outer Zone 1 could have been a very big, heavy piece of contact to completely end of the run. That is going to be a Vicaris win. Vicaris moving on into your top 16 round number 3 winners, starting off strong.
Yeah, excellent job from both, honestly. It seemed like a quick call, but I think it just kind of came down to Holloway letting Vicaris pull away just a little bit in the lead position. He got really close going into the inner clip and then just let him run away in the second half, and I just think that's what killed him. But next on deck, Ahmed Al-Harbi from Saudi Arabia in, I think, the teammate of Yasir Sadar. We're going to be able to see both of them in the final going up against Konstantin Soldatkin.
Beautiful.
You're welcome.
So Soldatkin will be in the chase for the first half of this battle. Oh goodness, that's a loud car. As Harbi in the lead. Initiation, lots of angle up in the lead. Gap already being shown. S15 and Chase not able to match the speed and angle going through outer zone number 1 and into inner clip number 1. Charges it nicely though. Transitions really close across the bumper, almost making contact. Was the Chase driver doing his best to keep it in the picture? He does just that through outer zone number 2. Transitioning across the bumper again. Big angle in the lead. Ahmed putting it down through and through. Soldatkin all over the back bumper though in a couple of places, but again, like the last battle, I think just a little inconsistent to start this first half of the chases.
Yeah, just, a lot of, again, these are 32 battles for these guys. They've already had to sit here and wait. So it's you're sitting on a lot of nerves, a lot of pressure. And drifting is not like a regular motorsport where, you can get away with losing a 10th a lap here, a 10th a lap there and be able to, it's all or nothing. You have 2 runs. It could be the difference between you moving on or you going home, all the preparation that you put in. So maybe just some nerves out of these guys. Great finish to that battle. But Al-Harabi obviously taking some notes out of his teammates' playbook, getting all these outer zones. Very, very fun to watch in the lead.
Yep, second half of the battle, switch in the background, put the S15 in the lead this time. We'll see. Soldakin will get out of this course in the lead position. Harvey and Chase paying some respect and letting the lead driver actually really get a big gap through all of outer zone number 1 and running a little bit wide through inner cup number 1 as well. Not really closing the door just yet. Needs to reel it in at some point. We'll do that finally by the time they get to outer zone number 2. Beautifully filled, mind you, by Soldakin in the lead position. That's 15. Trying to run away with it. Oh, it's an aggressive charge, heavy contact into outside zone number 3. Both of them on the loud pedal, just trying to crawl those cars back across the line. That's a big old takedown. That's a multiplier on the turbo there.
Yeah, just unfortunate. Gonna have to watch that back because it looked like there was a little bit of both. So I want to be able to watch that back before I say anything. But Al-Harabi just paying a lot of respect. Again, you say big gap. This track is not fast, so you're used to seeing tracks like Irwindale and whatnot, and Mega Space actually is a great reference where you're going so fast that getting this that kind of gap is normal. Oh yeah, no, Al-Harabi I think just gripped up a little bit. Yeah. Looked like they had the outer zone they were looking for, and then just pushed a little bit inside, and then as they went to kind of correct, they were into the door of Soldatkin. But yeah, that kind of gap at a track this slow is multiply it by 2. That's basically what we're expecting, especially from all the close battles we've seen today. There is no room. But trying to maybe just playing it smart against someone they've never really battled against. Maybe one of their spotters was like, hey man, you might be sitting on a bit of an advantage. But I think unfortunately that last corner was the nail in the coffin.
The judges looking at run number 2 full screen. Just want to clarify what was going on. Maybe looking for potential over decel for the lead, or just paying their dues and whatever the case may be for the contact. Just want to make sure they get the call right here. It seemed to be, at least on the initial glance, a charge from Al-Harbi, but we're going to just double check to make sure that our eyes did not deceive us on the first pass. So pay attention here. Outer zone number 3. Big flip for Soldakin in the decel zone. Maybe actually, you know what? Judges having a good call on that one. There may have been an extra decel for the lead driver in the zone. Kind of saw a point where the car was moving and then it just wasn't.
Good catch.
Yeah, I don't know if that was like desync, or if it was a brake application. Pay attention to the brake bar, the light bar just above the driver's front windshield. They do have brake lights.
Look at the front tire, if anything.
Decisions. And yeah, pay attention to see if that front tire does lock up or show some form of smoke right here.
1, 2.
Yeah.
Great call from the judges, I gotta say. Watching this run back, keep it going if you can, Cisco, in the background while we announce this. Just want to go over this one more time before we give you guys the winner here. Again, Al-Harabi doing really, really well to wait patiently, but going into this final outer zone, Soldatkin, I think, just maybe went in a little bit too hot. Slowed down again. Boom, contact. That is going to be Ahmed Al-Harabi, potentially with the controversial win, but honestly, from what I missed it the first time watching through the over and over again. Don't put too much weight on the front tire locking up. I think that might just be visual. I don't really see someone getting on the foot brake that hard to be able to lock your fronts, but maybe just going in too fast. See, a lot of people hit that wall today. Maybe they just thought, oh, I'll slow down a little bit more, and it cost them.
Yeah, that double decelling in the zone is going to be the reason again. That is going to be Al-Harbi getting the win and advancing to the next round. This is going to be your last top 32 battle of lobby number 1. It's Carol Hildebrand versus Jacobellis in the chase position, your 23rd seed. That's Ernastus, excuse me, Jacobellis. So here we go. Final top 32 battle of lobby number 1. So you can put it together here.
Hildebrand in the lead, Jacobellis and Chase. took over from Ian because I didn't think I commentated the last one. I completely forgot. Hildebrand doing a great job on the first outer zone, but Jacobella's teammate of Salukas is not going to let him get away. Obviously, these dudes doing some stuff in the lab right on the rear quarter panel of Hildebrand. Woo! Russian, I'm not sure what flag that is actually flying, or the Slovakian flag flying over those outer zones, but the proximity from the yellow S14 and Chase, Ian. Sorry for talking over you, but I was sleeping on that one.
That might have been my fault. I'm pretty sure I was actually supposed to be calling that one too. I'm not too sure. We got that long
you want
delay.
the next?
It happens to the best. It's all good. It's all good. Lots of style, I must say, for both of these drivers. It was a very smooth run. It's almost like a team tandem run, if you will, just how they were able to keep the cars going with solid momentum throughout the run, throughout the battle, matching angle, matching just aggression, engine notes even, just a very beautifully held battle with lots of just consistency, I would say, for lead and chase. A couple of bobbles and chase in the final corner, but other than that, I really have nothing to fault here.
Jacobellis in the lead now. Hildebrand and Chase. Lithuania versus Slovakia. Not the entry that Hildebrand was looking for at all, but unfortunately for them, Jacobellis, excellent job in the lead so far. Big angle in the lead position. Coming to a halt there just a little bit. Great job for both of them to get those cars back up to speed. Hildebrand trying to get all of that rear quarter panel like Jacobellis into them. Kind of a little bit of a late aggression there before the transition, going to cause a little bit of separation, but back onto the door of that yellow S15 is Karel Hildebrand from Escuco Drift. Feeling himself a little bit after that one, Ian.
No, I'd imagine so. Very, very well run for both of these, honestly. A couple of small bobbles and mistakes throughout both runs, lead and chase. I would say the run number one was maybe a little more consistent through most of it, but there were some points where I would say the chase driver maybe ran a little wider than the lead driver, where the lead driver didn't get quite all of the zone. There may have already been a decision already very quickly. But, yep, that is going to be the win then. Karel Hildebrand moving on into your top 16, getting the win. And that was your last top 32 battle of lobby number one. Got to then move on to your top 16. This is going to be Brandon Gardner, again, the driver who was benefit of a bye run, your second seed, going up against Vakaris Alukas, again, the winner from Englishtown. This is going to be probably a pretty well-contested fight here. Both drivers, no slouches, as they've proven so far throughout the entirety of this season. On the line. And ready to go. This all S15 battle, your first top 16 battle of lobby number 3. Who has what it takes to get their car up into the grade 8. Off the line, Gardner fires it off. Corner number 1, big flick, locks it into angle through outer zone number 1, falling back a little bit, but no, actually matching beautifully is Vakaris Alukas. Not very aggressive, not in the door, playing it safe. A little more conservative of a chase, and definitely starting to let the lead driver get away a little bit through outer zone number 2. Can close the gap a little more, transitioning beautifully though across the back bumper. Charges in for outer zone number 3. Contact made. Does not mess up the lead driver though. Brandon Gardner really, really close to the outside wall in outer zone number 3. Well held.
I think he actually made a little bit of contact with that outer wall, but again, we've seen some guys bounce off that wall, keep it going. Brandon Gardner, I mean, we'll have to check the replay here just to be sure, but Lucas getting close. Doing and something I'm seeing from a lot of these top level drivers as well is throwing that big angle in the inner zone number 1. Instead of slowing down before the corner, they're going as fast as they can, using that speed to be able to throw all that big angle and come out of that corner with speed as well. Lucas actually a little bit of a bobble as well going into that corner, and maybe a little bit of contact forcing the lead car into that wall, but for the most part, great run from both.
Yep, switch them back around. This will be Gardner in the chase position. Vakaris Alukas up in the lead. Gardner can probably be a little more aggressive with their chase in comparison, and it might be a good point for the judges to start winging this back. Big gap, though, for the first corner. That is not how you want to start off your chase bout in this battle. Second half of the battle, leaning in the favor of Vakaris already. Interclip number 1. Not quite there in the door again. Transition across the bumper. Vakaris on the loud pedal and almost into the wall. Here comes Brandon Gardner, though, in the chase position. Pushing into the door, transitioning across the bumper. A little off cadence on the transition. Oh, a little bit of a bobble for Vakaris at the start of outer zone number 3 and dragging that back bumper across the wall. Sloppy end of the run for Vakaris. And Brandon finally getting aggressive in the second half of the battle.
Yeah, great job from Brandon coming off that second outer zone. We'll get into it in a minute. Again, as we're looking at the side-by-side here. Not the best start from Brandon. Again, that's not a big gap per se, but on a track this slow, you definitely do not want to initiate that far behind. But great job at catching up without making it look too forced. But Lucas, all that second outer zone, but so much foot brake from that lead vehicle. Great job from Brandon not trying to run them over. A little bit of a bottle from Lucas as well in that final zone. That's the second run in a row. We've seen a little bit of an issue from our round 3 winner in English Town. Just not maybe just getting the entry to that wall, Ian, just throwing them off a little bit, but not settled. Everywhere else, great. You know, you're seeing them just paint smoke over that second outer zone wall, but the third outer zone wall is another thing entirely.
You do need to treat that outer zone 3 as almost like 2 corners. It seems like it's a widening radius corner to end the course, but at that initiation, it's deceptively sharp. Right at the start of the wall kind of juts in really aggressively about maybe 15 feet into that zone. And Vaccaro is maybe carrying a little too much momentum, going, whoa, and, you know, has to whoa it up a little bit to not run into the wall, getting on the loud pedal, surging the car forward. But did a really solid job at not really sacrificing too much angle to get that car back into the outer zone, letting the back end slide out. But that rear bumper drag at the exit of the corner as well, causing some loss of angle for Vaccaro. It's kind of similar to what we saw Brandon do with his lead as well, but maybe not as much for Brandon. I saw the contact, but I didn't really see too much loss of angle in comparison from the lead for lead here. So judges, you have to take a really long time to look this one over. I think this is going to come down to a lot of offsetting mistake, like some of the earlier battles. And usually with some of the offsetting mistakes, it usually goes one direction if they're close enough. Usually starts with 3 letters. All capitalized, abbreviation.
Barbecue.
But again, there is that massive disparity though, chase for chase in outer zone 1 that can't be forgotten. I think Vaccaro did a better job. It wasn't as close as it could have been, but in comparison to what Brandon did in their outer zone 1, as far as like proximity goes, night and day difference.
Yeah, I mean, again, you saw it a little bit too from Lucas, just kind of coming off the first outer zone, then back onto it, kind of treating it like a double apex per se.
Yeah.
And that last wall, again, you actually pointed it out. I think just the run up to it is. Yeah. The run up to it is not, the corner is not as smooth in terms of radius. So the run up to it.
What is that horn? Are you hearing that?
It sounds like subwoofers.
Someone's got a subwoofer installed as their horn.
It's Brandon. It's gotta be Brandon.
All right, yep. It looks like the prophet Ian Plash strikes again. One more time called. Oh, Lance Stroll. Whoa, we need to see what happened. Lance Stroll.
This is racism.
What?
Canadian disrespect once again in this chat. I will not have it.
We need to see the decision. Oh, Lance Stroll running into the insert. No, it's a one more time. One more time called. Let's try this again.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. One more time. Brandon Gardner in the lead. Vaccaro and Lucas in chase. Both these drivers have some areas they can definitely clean up. Here they go. Lucas in chase. Gardner in the lead. Great job from both so far. Brandon getting a little bit wayward, using that foot brake to be able to keep that S15 in the fluid angle. But Lucas definitely recognizing their mistakes on the first run of this battle and getting a lot closer, not quite getting the outer zone, but falling back into the door of Brandon Gardner. Transitioning into this tricky third outer zone. Brandon getting all of it, hanging that wing just over the wall. But Vaccaro is not balling behind. Again, Vaccaro's proximity was probably the biggest mistake of their chase. And Ian, that third zone, they looked a lot better.
Yeah, much better this time around. Way more consistent and not, surging in and out that we saw earlier on in the going. They paid some respect this time as well. Oh, well, I can't say that for outer zone number 1. I remind you, Vaccaro's way more aggressive with the proximity. Similar to run number 1, they had the opportunity to really get in, but choosing the safer side on the proximity through outer zone 2 and 3 in a couple of different instances. But this time in comparison, no surging, no in and out, much more consistent. Brandon bunch of bobbles that can't be understated. Outer zone number 1, we saw a lot of foot brake applications to correct the angle and the attitude of the car. That could be something the judges are looking at.
Second run here, ready to go. Vakaris Lucas leading in that yellow S15. Brandon in the all black Team Slide Culture S15 and Chase. Great job in the lead. Vakaris looking a lot better. Nice and smooth all that outer zone, but Brandon Gardner trying to put on the pressure in the chase position, trying to force a mistake from that lead driver. Maybe not the best transition from Brandon, but going to be trying to make the best of it, using all of that proximity now. Vakaris wow, big angle from Vakaris going from down, wet east to west there.
Oh,
not a little bit of, yeah, the same sort of thing, just kind of a little bit of a wacky outer zone number 3. I was busy trying to remember my east from my west, but
it's west.
Yeah, it do be Wumbo though.
So this time, looking at the side-by-sides, fair to say, chase for chase, comparable. Much better job for both drivers being able to correct their mistakes in the earlier runs, being more consistent. You can see on the right side of the screen, maybe not quite to the cadence, not matching the transition timing was Brandon, but proximity-wise, in comparison to last time, much better through and through. Paying attention to Vakaris, ooh, that was a really dangerous decel there. Going through about the first third of outer zone number 3, similar to earlier. If contact was made there could have been a world where Vakaris may have been deemed at fault there. That was almost a double decel into that zone. Brandon, though, not running into them and really not letting the proximity fall back as a result either, keeping it in lockstep through outer zone 3. Very beautifully read for Brandon Gardner. This may be another battle of just judges deciding the offsetting mistakes. We might be doing this again. No, it is not. There is going to be the decision. Vakaris Lucas is going to be getting the win. Moving on to the next round of competition. I'd be curious to have a judge maybe give us a reasoning as to which one of the mistakes they seem to be more heavily weighed on the two, because I see the world where there was offsetting mistakes. So if the judges want to come by and give us an old visit here in the booth, let us know what they thought about this battle.
Until then, we have our next battle lining up on deck right now. Amen Al-Harabi going up against Karol Hildebrand. Hildebrand driving out of Slovakia, our only Slovakian driver today, and Ahmed Al-Harabi going to be driving out of Saudi Arabia, trying to see his teammate of Yasir Saad in the Final Four. He's got 2 more battles to get there. First one here is against Karol Hildebrand.
All right, actually getting word that we might have the decision being explained by our lead judge, Harold McKinney. Harold, that last battle, very close. What was the offsetting mistake that really caused that to be in favor?
Yeah, so the main mistake was coming down to that last turn. Vakaris was just more cleaner and fluid around that turn than Brandon. Brandon had a little bit of bobbles and everything. The proximity was fine, but it's just came on that last turn with slight correction. So gave it very slight to Vakaris. Vakaris, excuse me.
All right, appreciate the clarification. Thank you so much, Harold, for all you've done so far this round.
No
Moving
problem.
On to this next battle. Again, this is going to be Hildebrand versus Al-Harabi. Last of your top 16 battles in lobby number 3. Big initiation. Oh, that's so deep in outer zone 1. I swear they're going to be knocking down the wall in the lead every time they do that. Gets away with it again.
Oh, my God.
Big angle into inner clip number 1. All over the door is Hildebrand. Falling back a little bit into outer zone number 2. Trying to run away with it is Al-Harabi. But into the door again. Hildebrand not taking any prisoners in the chase position and getting so aggressive in the chase. Big blah energy on the end of that run.
Man, we had a slugfest on the other side of the bracket. I think we just found ours. Hildebrand versus Al-Harabi. Al-Harabi wanted to meet their teammate in the finals, and Hildebrand not wanting to back down, wanted to be able to drive for a Skuko Drift family today, and we're seeing it. Super aggressive chase run. Al-Harabi just making that 180 SX, S13 work for them in terms of angle, fluidity, style, big aggressive flicks as well. Hildebrand just getting on the door in chase, trying to put some red, black, and white paint on that lead vehicle, matching the angle, getting all of the outer zone, both of them getting into the wall a little bit, going over the line. Neither driver wants to back down here. We still have a run to go.
Pushing them back and around. It's going to happen this time with Hildebrand up in the lead. Al Harvey and Chase. Oh, the charge was beautifully held. That was almost contact, completely bowling over the lead driver, but runs into the brake pedal as heavy as they can to not make that early mistake. Crucially in this run, in kind, it's going to start letting the second half of this battle continue on, but so much angle up in the lead. Hildebrand painting the line. Al Harvey needs to get in the door for outer zone number 3. Crucially not making any contact, and actually that could go in their favor because remember, Hildebrand did make heavy contact into the side of Al Harvey in the second half, completely compromising the line as well. So this one's going to be another close judging call you would like to think here, Keenan.
Yeah, the fans in Wembley Stadium going absolutely bananas right now. No joke, just pointing that out. Al Harvey doing a smart job, somehow not making contact in that first outer zone, then just playing a little bit safer in the second outer zone, especially in the transition, but then again, just ending the run with an exclamation point, ending it with a statement, getting as close as they can in the last outer zone, having to go a little bit shallow, I think, in the first half, but nothing crazy that would completely change the outcome of the battle, I think.
I'm really curious to see what the judges are going to deem with that contact in run number 1 at the end of it. It wasn't a big bowl, but it definitely was contact that pushed the lead driver into the wall. You see some contact with that outside concrete. Oh, the jokes. Oh, the jokes in our staff chat right now. But
really threaded the needle there, Jared, the end. Or not Jared, Ryan Sage. What does that mean, Ryan? Ryan, I want to know, what does it mean? What? There's no needle. There is no threading. There is no 2 zones and someone going through the middle. What? You keep saying those words, Ryan. I don't think you know what they mean.
For those who know, you know.
I'm upset.
you don't say. You seem a little upset. Like you wanna talk about it?
Yeah, my Tim Tams are flim-flammed.
I hate to see that. Yeah, the things you hate to see. It. So, in all seriousness, moving back to this battle, just loving the style. I believe the chase was maybe, gosh, it just seems so much more aggressive in run number 1. I'm really liking what Hildebrand did up until that last corner. The last corner is maybe the straw that will break the camel's back on a very aggressive chase. Nope, it is not going to be breaking no backs today because they're going to run them again one more time, being called one more time. Rightfully so. I think it was a close one. The contact was there, but it wasn't a heavy contact.
No.
It didn't like completely bowl over and kill a run. It could have been a slight deduction, but yeah, one more time called.
I think some of it was down to maybe a little bit of a decel from Al Harvey as well. So I think that first run was entirely playing the point of OMT there. That second one maybe a little bit too close to call. And for the 18th time today, it feels like we are going one more time, but well deserved. Close battles. This track is really, really pushing some aggressive driving as well. I didn't think we'd be able to see drivers catch up to other people in chase, but we're seeing it today. Just that line from the inner clip to outer zone number 2. If you choose your line carefully, you can definitely make up a lot of ground, as Al Harvey is going to be leading and Hildebrand chasing in the, might I say, beautiful Escuco Drift S14. Al Harvey in the Yokoi inspired D-Max JZ team, I believe, if I recall from the graphic.
I believe so.
Yep. And here we go. Got eyes on both drivers. Yeah, JX team. I thought it was JZ. I'm dumb. I can't read. Al Harvey versus Hildebrand. On one more time, only one driver can advance into the Great 8 here in group number 3. Al Harvey getting all of that outer zone. Hildebrand not denied in the chase so far, right on the door of that lead vehicle, throwing the angle, being able to match it, crossing right over the bumper of Al Harvey. Al Harvey actually getting a little bit wavery there in the second outer zone, an uncharacteristic mistake from Ahmed Al Harvey from we see today, but Hildebrand doing a great job of not running over that lead driver, very heads-up driving, not getting as much of that outer zone as they were looking for on the third outer zone, but ending the run with a statement with proximity was Carol Hildebrand.
Yeah, much better overall run this time. I think the only place that is hotter than my room right now is this track. It is on fire. This is a phenomenal battle so far. We love seeing the one more times where we see the improvement. We love seeing people correcting their mistakes, being a little more aggressive in a couple of spots, other than potentially that slight contact into outer zone 2 for Chase, but it wasn't another damning piece of contact that we mentioned earlier. There was contact, but it really didn't seem to throw off the lead driver, and this time planting it on the door of Al Harabi on outer zone number 3.
Hildebrand in the lead, Al Harabi in chase. Gonna see what they could do in the chase position, giving a little bit of room, kind of not the best entry from Al Harabi, getting the proximity, but the line and the angle just weren't quite there. Gonna give a little bit of room to Hildebrand here as a big charge from Al Harabi, and that is exit stage left for Carol Hildebrand. Looked like front end contact there, and just nothing Carol could do. A little bit of jittering on my end from Al Harabi. I don't know if anyone else saw that, but unfortunately, just a boop there at the end. We're gonna have to check it on the replay, but it looked fairly cut and dry to me, Ian.
Yep, he's gonna get a replay look at it just one more time to get the confirmation in. Just really pay attention to the attitude of the car, any awkward bobbles that maybe seemed like a network bobble or over decel. No, you know what? The lead driver may have over-angled. The lead driver may have over-angled.
I don't know.
That I do not believe that is a decel zone.
Let's check the track map if we can when we have a minute. So I do see a little bit of decel there. Yeah, going into the corner, that is not a decel zone. As you see, they even have the
Oh. All right. Well, Carol Hildebrand gets the win.
No, I get it.
I see it.
Yeah, I see what you saw, but look at the line. I think the lines are the biggest. Yeah, there was a slowdown, but like Al Harabi was almost straight. Yeah, and the line difference was significant. So yeah, there may have been a slowdown there, but I don't think there's any reason that Al Harabi couldn't have compensated. But Carol Hildebrand, moving on, getting the win for the Escuco Drift family. Going to be going up against Vakaris Alukas. This is your final battle, I believe, in group number 3. The winner will be the winner of group number 3 and moving on into your ESDA Final 4.
Yeah, your Canadian really came out there. That was impressive. Vakaris. Here we go, then. Hildebrand in the lead. Vakaris Alukas in the chase. All Sylvia battle. Who of these two are going into your Final 4? Strong start in the lead for Hildebrand. Dragging that rear bumper all the way across the wall and getting super deep on the exit of the course. Trying to run away after inner clip number 1. Vakaris getting aggressive with the though and matching the tire tracks through outer zone number 2. Planting that car exactly where it needs to be. Across the bumper on the transition. Charging it for outer zone number 3. Making slight contact, but pushing that lead driver through the corner without messing up their line. That is aggression through and through for Vakaris Alukas and Chase.
Yeah, Lucas is a wild man in chase. We've seen it before. We'll see it again. This is not the end, the last we'll see of it either. Just driving with emotion. It looks like just going as hard as they can every run, but not take anything away from Hildebrand as well. Getting all of those grandstands, giving all the virtual fans in attendance all the tire smoke they could ever want. Great, nice, fluid run on outer zone number 2, but that door, as you said earlier in the broadcast, a good lead leads for a good chase, and the door was wide open for Lucas to get as aggressive as they wanted. Ended the run with a statement, and we're moving into run number 2.
Yeah, the stadium filling up with Nexen Tire smoke. What a phenomenal drive for lead and chase. So much power being put down from these rear tires. Who has what it takes to move on from this battle? Oh, that is such an aggressive chase.
Hildebrand
Side of Vakaris Alukas and practically pushing them through inner clip number 1 and transitioning right across the bumper. Vakaris throwing down a lot of angle in the lead, but oh, Hildebrand is not here to mess around all over the side of that S15 in the lead position.
Just hit him. Hit him again.
And it's aggressive again. It's
yeah.
side of Vicaris Alukas, round 3's winner against the ropes here. What a drive for Hildebrand in that chase position. I've seen it earlier, Vicaris, they're conservative with their chases in a lot of zones, and that may be what bites them in the end here with such an aggressive chase for Hildebrand.
That's the unfortunate downside of being...
Hold the phone. Run number 1. Pay attention. We did not see that. My eyes completely missed that. Watch when it cycles back around. There is a decision. We do have a winner.
Yeah, hold it. Hold the decision until you see the clip here.
You're allowed 1 tire on the white line. Ladies and gentlemen, that is 2. That is a double tire drop in the lead for Hildebrand. Oh, that is such a shame.
It's a heartbreaker.
Heartbreaker for sure. Vicaris Alukas moving on to your final 4 as a result of the double tire drop in the lead position. Again, it was stated you are allowed 1 tire over that line. Left rear also went over. That's a big no-no.
Yeah, that's not the way that Hildebrand wanted to go out. You can see them even, I don't know if you saw it on the stream, but feeling themselves a little bit at the end of that run. That was probably my favorite chase run of the day.
Yeah.
You know, just never gave Alukas any point to breathe there in the chase, but sitting on a 2 tire drop. This is ESDA. 2 tire drops are pretty significant, or an extra tire drop is pretty significant, I should say. And that's the nail in the coffin for Carol Hildebrand, doing a great job, but not enough to be able to move on to that final 4. So 3 of our 4 finalists are decided. Group number 1 winner, Darren Baker. Group number 2 winner, Yasir Saad. Group number 3 winner, Vicaris Alukas. Who will be the final member of the final 4? We are here to find out. Moving into group number 4 competition. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. This is our second to last group of our second to last break of the weekend. Do not go anywhere. We still have so much drifting action left for you. This lobby is still stacked. Cormac Guard sitting on a coming off of a great run. Sujigiri qualifying as well and getting in here trying to capitalize on that momentum. Michal Al-Latabi in this lobby as well. Warren Greiner in this lobby as well. Martinez Ostreka, our number 3 qualifier in this lobby. We are not done with super aggressive battles.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the most fiercely contested lobbies, I think, to say, based on some of these names I've seen. There's been a lot of very aggressive driving out of many of these drivers all season long. You're not going to want to miss this one, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be a barn burner.
But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, we do have to pay our dues here, but then support those who support us. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to all of our wonderful supporters and sponsors. Before we get into the sponsorships, I want to say thank you to everybody who is in chat right now. If it wasn't for you guys, watching, we wouldn't be able to work with all these beautiful companies and groups of people. So thank you for watching. Thank you for supporting us at ESDA. Thank you for supporting us at Podium Esports. Thank you to all the new followers, all the new subscribers. But we'll get into the cool people. This round of the Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Whether you use their parts in your next drift car, time attack monster, drag machine, or street show car, Big Duck Club will exceed your expectations for your next project. Visit BigDuckClub.com for more. Nexen Tire, one of the leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a drift tire, or has a tire for you. Nexen, we've got you. Learn more at your local Nexen Tire dealer. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more. NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing and sim drifting, NRG continues to innovate. Visit getnrg.com for more. That's getnrg.com for more. Next Level Racing is the world's leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for racing or flight sim editions, cockpit, or accessories, check out nextlevelracing.com. And finally, Vosan, the leading source for competitive drift content across the entirety of the Assetto Corsa. If you're looking for today's track, cars, or anything else, go to vosan.co. That is VOSAN.co. Ladies and gentlemen, we are not done here at Wembley Stadium. We have Group 4 coming up in just a minute. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Oh boy. There he goes.
Hey, steering wheel. NRG, steering wheel. That's right, get your NRG steering wheel today. By the way, those things are looking fire. Welcome back to Esports Drift Association, round number 4 here at Wembley. Been a real fun one so far. I am dying of heat, and I apologize. I will get through this, I swear. One more lobby left to go here in this 4-lobby segment format that we run here at DSJ until we get down to that final lobby. And again, this is Martinez Ostrika, Steve Loxton, Mark Pretty, Warren Griner, Vadim Abramov, Cormac Garde, Lukas Tezmemski, Michelle Alatsibli. Alatabi. Thank you so much. English
I'll go with Tabi. I don't know if that's right, but it sounds more right.
It sounds close enough. English is my first language, I swear. They might know. If anybody in chat can help us out there, we greatly appreciate you so we don't mess up your boy's name. Thank you so much, everybody out there in chat, for your continued support today. The numbers have been great, and we hope you have been enjoying this action here at Wembley. It's been a very interesting round, needless to say. I thought for sure because of the slower speeds, it could be a little weird. It could be kind of like some ice drifting, if you will. But honestly, because it's so low speed, drivers are getting very, very aggressive in that chase position. There's been a lot of angle as well. It has been producing some very close and surefire battles, if not one of the battles of the year so far today, between Jamie Healy and Darren Baker earlier on in top 16 lobby number 1. Just a bunch of barn burners. I'm really loving what I'm seeing here today, and we still have plenty more drift action to go.
Yeah, and again, this is your final group of drivers until we move on to our finals. This is your final top 32 battles. Steven Loxton versus Martinez Ostrika going up first. Mark Pretty, I'll have a joke for that in a minute, going up against Warren Griner. All these guys getting their last little bit of practice in.
Aggressively, mind you.
Yeah, no. But like you said, I really wasn't sure what we were going to expect today with this track, but the ESD staff actually doing a really good job of moving to different varied locations, not so much on not so much just with what it looks like and where it is in the world. Again, this is a world tour, but just different tracks. We've seen some high speed tracks. We've seen Long Beach as well, which was kind of it's the keys. There's some high mid-speed driving. Mega Space was one of the fastest tracks I've ever seen. That's 4th gear wide pretty well the whole way. And then here at Englishtown, a little bit slower. I think this track might have a little bit more speed and complexity than Englishtown. But you know, just having a lot of layers, a lot of varied locations for the season so far, and it's really bringing out the best of all of our 200 plus ESDA Pro drivers. Again, that's something you guys don't really see, is a lot of these guys having to just qualify to get in, and that's another cool reason too about what's awesome about having all those drivers in the pool is qualifying doesn't really mean anything, as we've seen today from some upsets. More specifically, I think, or am I dumb? Might be dumb.
Happens to the best of us.
No, Yasir Saad, number 21 qualifier in the Final Four. Darren Baker, your number 16 qualifier in the Final Four. Vicaris Lucas, your number 15 qualifier in the Final Four. So the highest qualified driver so far in the finals is Vicaris at 15th.
Wow. Yeah, it just goes to show the caliber of drivers. Again, you may see, oh wow, 32 drivers, that can be some big disparity in the skill gap, but also bear in mind, yeah, the hundreds who are literally trying to get into this thing almost any given point. So really, when it comes down to it, you know, the gap, say a first seed versus 32nd seed in Formula Drift, that gap is significantly larger than what you see in a first and 32nd seed here. So it's one of the lovely dynamics of having such a massive pool of drivers continually trying to be pulled from here. And the beauty of it as well is a lot of these names that keep making it into the main events, they're consistently here. It just goes to show that they're here for a reason. You know, they've been putting in the work. They've been practicing quite a bit. Also nice to see some of the names coming in and out that are proving themselves out here against these seasoned drivers. Needless to say, here in the season thus far, remember, after the completion of this round, we are over halfway done with the regular season of the 2021 Drift campaign. Working on some back-end technical difficulties right now, but for the meantime, we'll continue to fill until that time. It's like some down under internet, unfortunately, striking one of them out here, giving us some opportunities to get that sorted. For the time being, drivers still out there finishing up their final warm-ups. And as soon as we're ready to go, we'll bring you this last top 32 lobby number 4 action.
Yeah.
Wait, excuse me?
Yeah, I've got to fact check that.
Yeah, that.
Okay, cool. Because the only qualifying results they've posted is Daytona, and obviously this is not Daytona.
So getting word that the qualifying for these rounds is absurd.
There's no way.
Absurdly close. If we can get that graphic on screen, if that's at all available. If not, I'll do some soul searching in this Discord server, trying to find the qualifying scores to give you the idea.
So the cutoff score. Okay, it wasn't a 94. That's the. Oh, yeah, it was. What?
Oh.
So
Excuse
from
you?
qualifier number 1 to qualifier number 32 was the difference between a 98 and a 96. Yeah, second scores were the difference.
All right, that's absurd.
The lowest. Oh yeah, so there's your. A lot of your drivers are. Yeah.
Yeah. That.
The first 80 is 57th qualifier.
Holy cow. Okay, so yeah, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 98-point runs in the top 10 of the qualifying scores, with the lowest secondary score being a 0, the one above that being a 95.
And I mean, like, look at the guys who ran them too, for like compared to what we've seen today. You know, Grigory Andreev, Darius Ostreka, Al Harabi, Abramov, who I believe is in this bracket, Zach O'Sullivan, Artem Chulkov, which I believe is in this bracket, the other Ostreka, Martinez, Brandon Gardner, and Jamie Healy, all the ones getting 2 points away from perfect runs. Jamie Healy actually running back-to-back 98s.
Wow. So to give you any idea of just how tight this competition is, the lowest scores read as such: 66 is lowest, 72 after that, And then every single driver has scored an 83 or better if they put down a qualifying run for this round. That's absurd.
Yeah, you guys are crazy.
Y'all nutty. All nutty. So an update to you now. We're getting a 5-minute reset timer, so a driver can get their computer reset. Some issues going on the back end. Not sure exactly who that is, but yeah, we're just waiting on that quick little reset. So just a little technical timeout here. No big deal. It's been running very smoothly so far today. Getting through this really quickly, actually. Now we're looking at the time. Yeah, less than 3 hours so far on this broadcast. So really liking to see that. But again, we cannot stress it enough. Thank you so much to all of you who have been here so far today. Your support is monumental for the continued momentum of the Esports Drift Association here and the Assetto Corsa platform. There we go.
Yeah, so there's your qualifying results.
Yeah.
So if you wanted to be a reserve driver, again, you're not in at that point. You're just a reserve. So Steven Loxton, actually, who's coming up right now, was one of your reserve drivers at a 96.
Whoa.
That's...
Excuse you?
That's silly. And I think Fukushi was our number 32 qualifier, if I recall. Let me double check. Yep, Kazuki Fukushi in the Mitsubishi Evo was our last place qualifier with a 96. Was the last 96 on the board. So the cutoff was a 96 and above.
All right, Dai. I'm gonna need you all to start busting out your binoculars, your microscopes. You got to start judging based on inches at this point. This is getting absurd. What is going on here? Wow.
Yeah, this is.
Yeah,
some huge names not making it in as well. Austin Zaleski, Nico Stalia. Actually, I don't think we've seen any OTM members in this bracket at all. Adriel Machado, again, having a huge fan support, not making it. Johan Garcia from VPC not making it. Noah Lennox, Jaden Cathcart, Addison Kimball, John Elgood, TJ Staver, who I think is a former ESDA champion, ESDA winner, Nico King. A lot of huge names here that just didn't qualify, just couldn't put it together. It's usually a mid to high 80 is a pretty safe run. You might be at the bottom of the bracket, but imagine, I don't mean to pick any names out of anywhere, but our highest 85 driver with an 85 and an 84 qualified 54th. I would be punching the air. I would be furious if I got an 84 and an 85 and qualified 50th. I would be setting things on fire. I'd be so mad.
It's a little bit more time here to start painting a picture of what the weight of this round would do to the points. Where can I find the point standings at, Keenan?
Point standings would be right now Zach O'Sullivan with 268 points. This is before this round goes in, obviously.
Where can I find these numbers for my
it would eyes? Be in the ESDA Discord.
Very cool.
The results page. There should be points - standings.
Okay, cool.
But again, Zach, currently your points leader, 268. I believe that is going to change, especially since Volukas having a great run, almost trying to go back to back here. One of your final qualifiers, your Group 3 winner actually. Darren Baker as well in that final Group 3 with 270 points, and it's very close from there on back. Again, your top 16 are going to make it into your playoffs, so it's basically. For those who have ever watched NASCAR, the top 16 in points at the end of the season are going to go into a double elimination playoff, and right now Martinez Ostreka is the barrier of entry at 94 points, with William Holloway right behind in 90, Jack Lai 88, Connor Christensen 84. So the points lead might not be that close, but the final spaces for we're battling.
Yeah, it's going to be Mark Pretty versus Warren Greiner on the line.
And going into the inner clip right now, Warren Grainer in the white vehicle and the S15 or 13 in the background. Mark Pretty in the lead in the R35. Getting all of that proximity right now is Warren Greiner, not wasting any time. Oh, and Mark Pretty into the wall to the window, making contact with that outer wall. You think Jared is hip enough to make a Lil Jon the East Side Boys reference?
He's done it so many times.
He's not played Need for Speed Underground 2.
Fair. So looking at that replay, yeah,
apologies. They just sent them. We did not know they were going.
So looking at the transition, that may have been some desync there, unfortunately. Looks like Mark was some forward and back desync there.
I believe that driver is reporting contact as well. So, big difference from both these guys. I believe Greiner out of Ireland, and I believe Pretty out of Australia. All of that outer wall is Warren Greiner trying to put the nail in the coffin here, do their best they can to try to maybe make up for that contact mistake. But Mark Pretty in the back using the subway free Wi-Fi right now on my screen from all I can see. A big straighten as well from Mark. Not necessarily a straighten, but definitely a correction. Moving into the final corner here. Greiner with a great lead. Mark with a correction and chase from what I could see, but who knows if that was lag or if that was just part of their driving. It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, from what I could tell, the R35 definitely was having some desync issues in the chase and lead. Probably more prevalent in the chase. Run number 2, you're seeing that R35 really jumping in and out almost the entirety of the battle, whereas run number 1 really didn't happen until outer zone number 3. So just unfortunate. It's just the nature of the beast, server connections and differing internet speeds. You know, this isn't a LAN event. We've been here before. We're going to say it again. Every single time this happens, you can't control every single situation when it comes down to things like these. And if it's just an ISP spike at a bad time, that's unfortunate. So judges are going to have to look at
it's both Australians right now are having the big boy issues from what I can tell.
Yeah.
And this isn't the first time that we've had connection issues with our folks. This isn't the first time we've had issues with our folks, our friends from down under, unfortunately. But we'll see if that plays a factor in the judging decision. As far as I know, in ESDA, your internet connection is basically deemed like a mechanical. So if you're lagging, that's deemed like a mechanical issue, a mechanical fault in comparison to real life. So if you go into an event where you're having connection issues and you start the run, there's not so much the judges can do about it. We'll see. I think that's what it is. Don't quote me on that, but it's you hate seeing battles kind of come down to this, but with that contact in the chase as well from Mark Pretty.
Yeah, sometimes they're given the chance to right the issue, but the problem is it was so late into a very long delay as well. Albeit their battle was not the reason the 5-minute clock was called. So really just gonna have to come down to what are the judges feeling? What's the right course of action on this one? And if they can then maybe deem if the contact was gonna happen with or without the lag. Personally, I think the contact happened due to the lag. It definitely seemed like the car in the lead on run number 1 kind of had a rubber band back at the car in chase very abruptly. And yeah, they're gonna call it here. This is going to be a Warren win.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Mark, but Warren Greiner going to be getting the win there. Moving on to the next round of competition. Still waiting for our first group of Martinez Ostreka, I think, having some technical issues. Of course, everything's been going well today until this second just now. So we have our third battle of the group, which I see one of them currently moving to the line. So I think that might be what the plan is.
It looks like they're going to shuffle the first battle to the end of this group from the looks of things.
Yeah, so our next battle going to be Cormac Guard going up against Vadim Abramov. Cormac driving out of Ireland, representing nobody, just himself, allegedly, going up against Vadim Abramov. Abramov driving out of Russia, representing the Lukoil Esports racing team.
All right, so both drivers on the line. Goodness, that Cormac
That's
car
ignorant.
is screaming. S15 in chase, letting the world know it has entered the arena. Small bobble, though, for the chase position. Loses out in proximity, charges back in for inner clip number 1. Big angle, but contact made in the chase position. Inconsistencies, maybe some more of those ugly connection issues rearing their heads once again for the chase driver in Cormac Guard. Solid run for Vadim up in the lead. Smoothly consistent. Oh, a big
that's not
charge
gonna
and
confuse.
chase. And how on earth did Vadim not just spear into the wall? That may be a showing for sure then. Those are connection issues abound for Cormac in a chase. There was a world everywhere else other than here, apparently, where that lead driver was spearing off into the outside wall.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate. You know, I'm not sure what's going on with our connections here, but we'll just be able to go out on this run as best we can. Great solid chase from Cormac. Great lead from Vadim as well, getting all of that second outer zone, representing Lukoil Esports Racing. But contact in the transition and then contact again going into the corner. Who knows if that was actual contact, but we'll have to wait and see. All S15 battle here moving into the second run.
All right, we're going to switch to the background. We're going to see what Vadim does with Cormac's touch and go connection. Maybe just needs to pay a little bit of respect in the chase position. Going to leave a nice gap going into outer zone number 1. Beautifully held up all the way out, filling the zone. Is Cormac in the lead, though? Oh, maybe center punching that inside clip just a little bit, cutting that line a little too shallow. Definitely swinging it out wide, but recovers nicely for outer zone number 2. All over the side of the doors, Vadim through outer zone number 2, transitioning across the bumper and letting Cormac just kind of do his thing up in the lead, dragging the wall a little bit, sealing the fate potentially of Cormac here in top 32. Vadim just really needed to finish one out there and did just that.
That was an excellent run from Cormac, but like you said, maybe just a little bit too little too late. We'll have to wait for the judges just to be 100% sure, but Cormac getting all these outer zones very fluid. Some of the most aggressive outer zone driving we've seen all day, grabbing all of that inner clip, unfortunately for Cormac. Center punching that inner clip. You can get away with that as a chase driver because that's deemed, you know, just part of the battle, but as a lead driver, that's definitely a deduction. And then some of the best driving on the outer zone we've seen all day, but it might be too little too late, and it is as Vadim Abramov driving for Lukoil out of Russia will be getting the win and moving on into the top 16. Unfortunately for Cormac Guard, bowing out a little bit early, knocked out of competition today. As Browsy said, I gotta bring props to Cormac for giving it all in his chase though, or in his lead.
Nah, that was. You know, when you have nothing to lose, just go for it, and he did so and he executed. So you got to give props to Cormac in their lead 27th seed. Again, these qualifying scores are ridiculously close. It doesn't even matter. Seeding might as well just be a coin flip at this point. So, that is going to be Vadim moving on. 6th seed taking down the 27th seeded Cormac Guard. And now we have Lucas Siziemski versus Michelle. Could you please help me with this one again?
Michelle Alatabi.
Michelle Alatabi is going to be...
I'm giving it a soft eye. I don't know if that's right, but that's what I'm doing.
Okay, so Lucas Siziemski versus Michelle Alatabi, 11th versus 22nd seed, and then one more battle to go after this one.
Both drivers on the line. Ready to go here. Lucas driving out of Poland. Michelle, another one of our Saudi drivers. Lucas from Team Drift 21. On Steam now. Ooh, a little bit of a sleep from Michelle. Is he going to take the reset? Big mistake from Alatabi. Should have just put the brakes on there. We'll probably talk to you about that a little bit. Making big sacrifices in this chase right now to try to gain that lead vehicle of Lucas. Lucas just kind of set in their ways right now. You're going to have to just put an end to this run. Michelle trying to end with some sort of statement, forcing that lead vehicle into a mistake. Very, very close proximity there going across the line. But Ian, we've seen it before and we'll see it again. Just not taking the reset. That's where that reset line is there.
Yeah, Michelle, like, reading their phone, updating their Twitter, doing something, just asleep on the line entirely. It's an underutilized tool. You know, it's so hard in the heat of the moment in battle to remember that that's happening. Their first reaction is, oh, crap, they're getting away. I got to go. It's easy to forget. It's easy to forget. The reset rule is available. I have done it before. I have fallen victim to it before in competition.
If you're a competitive drifter, everyone here has done it. Everybody here has done it at least once.
It's just a shame to see it, so deep into the day so far. But yeah, that's an unfortunate break. That's going to be tough to overcome.
You hate to see that with anybody who has strobe lights on their car. I'm sorry. I'm really easy to win over, and strobe lights is step number one. But not over yet. Still one battle left to go here. Not a 0, but definitely a significant deduction for Mishal Alatabi in the lead position in that JX team S14. In the chase position, Lucas Tymeski also in an S14. A little bit more competition style in terms of its build and how it looks. Mishal going for a little bit more of that street style look. Kind of very animal style inspired. And here we go. Mishal leading. Lucas in the chase. Lucas just kind of has to put a run in at this point. Mishal getting close, or Lucas getting close to Mishal. Mishal looking really good in that first outer zone. Nice and smooth so far. Lucas, a little bit of a wacky transition. Charged in, but great job on being able to get that S14 wrapped around the lead vehicle. Alatabi, again, all eyes on Lucas right now, looking for kind of a major mistake, anything that might push this battle into an OMT, and I'm not seeing it, Ian.
No, I'm not seeing it either. Definitely, maybe could have played it a little more casual, but definitely wanted to make sure that it was, not going to be left to the judges' hands on this decision. Got to imagine this would be a pretty quick one, chase for chase. The gap is quite large, needless to say, and yeah, that is going to be a very quick decision then. Lucas Szymski, your 11th seeded driver, taking down Michelle Alatabi and moving on to your top 16. So, we have...
So what I saw?
Ostrika versus Stephen Loxton.
So,
battle
update on that.
Go on.
Martinez is having technical issues, and I'm going to take this how I got to take this. I just saw them type in chat. So sad. My PC killing me. Good luck.
No.
So that sounds to me like a forfeit, like a mechanical forfeit.
Yeah, it could
we'll wait for the official word from the judges, but they are nowhere to be found right now. Loxton is here. So we'll know if Loxton is pulling a buy run or if they're still giving Martinez some time to be able to get his car on the line and get his issues settled.
That's it. Officially called. It is going to be a buy run. So Stephen Loxton taking out Martinez Ostrika. That's a bummer too. Yeah,
no offense to Loxton. Like congrats, but I was really excited to see Ostrika run. But it is what it is.
It's a bummer when you work so hard in qualifying to barely eke out just that small extra advantage over this incredibly stacked field to get that third seed, and then technical gremlins bite you in the butt right when it's competition time. It happens. It's just, it's the nature of the beast. It's like snapping a throttle cable when you're BMW at clutch kickers or running a shock tower that collapses in Formula Drift. These things happen. It's just a different version of it. And yeah, that is going to be Stephen Loxton getting that buy run. A very, very stout driver and very well established amongst the social media scene, mind you. The Blue 028. Seen a lot of clips of them back in the day in Forza. They're obviously transitioning back here into Assetto Corsa and basically continuing where they had left off. Very impressive driver.
We've done some battling, me and this man, I do believe, in SSR over in Forza. So I know very much know what they're capable of. Very, very excellent driver, especially in this S13 chassis. The only thing I could see holding them back today from a deep run is their connection. So we'll see if that un-Australia's itself. It seems like all the Aussies are just having troubles today, but we're about to find out because Stephen Loxton, our number 30 qualifier, again, it doesn't really mean anything, going up against Warren Greiner. Greiner not really getting got the win, but kind of not the definitive way they were looking for. So I'd like to see them go a little bit harder here and get that exclamation point, carry that momentum. But Loxton, just fresh off that buy run, going to be jumping straight into top 16 competition. Top 32 is now complete across the board. Man. This is top 16 in group number 4.
Yeah, I'm seeing it on the warm up for Loxton.
It's not good.
Rubber banding. That needs to install VB and get some of that long neck action going at 28 in the morning.
We need some Australian servers, man.
Not how we do. So
These
we're going
poor
to see what
guys.
happens here. The blue just needs to do the best they can here. See what they can do here. Warren Griner. Oh, gets the jump.
Stop,
Please,
stop, 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 stop.
There.
Yeah!
We're listening.
Yeah!
Oh, I love it. You love to see it. You love to see it. I personally believe that Keenan, you and I were the ones who pounded this idea in their heads, and we may have been the reason. We may have saved a life.
I mean, that's a smart idea too, Ian. If you don't just watch the competition. That's like the smartest thing you can do as a driver. Watch the stream, see what people are getting away with, see what's working for others, see what's not. And that battle we just watched, I got gapped off the line. I thought maybe Loxton was being smart, knowing his connection was a little bit and leaving a bit of distance. But I think that was just a little bit more than they wanted, and hit the brakes way before the restart marker. That's going to be a reset. Sorry,
that was a little what?
What did I say?
A little.
A little. It's part of my punk thing. I'm in a punk band now.
Oh, true. There we go.
Yeah, much better start now from Loxton. Onto the door, Warren Griner giving, like I said, maybe just getting a little bit aggressive and then backing off. But again, Loxton not with the most.
Whoa, no, that's sick.
Yeah, just giving the space. Smart driving from Loxton. Warren Griner looking set up in the lead position. Loxton maybe waiting for this final corner to be able to get that charge in. Little bit of an over rotation from Griner. It almost looks like, Ian, that Loxton is on the door on his screen because he's slowing up for a car that's not there.
Yeah, no, that is some big time desync. You're gonna see it on the replay too. Just watch how the car seems to be falling back, and just watch the rate at which it closes here into the inner clip. And here he go. It's definitely just a little bit of desync. That's rough to deal with, but hey, he is able to keep it on the track. Able to keep that thing at angle 2 and at least matching tire tracks despite the troubles thrown his way out of his control. So, hey, gotta give credit where credit's due. But,
smart.
Yeah, if there's a world where that desync, especially where it's rubber banding like that, could be detrimental to a chase car here in the second half. So, we'll see what happens here.
All right, Loxton now leading. Griner giving chase. Griner smart. He'll get close, but not too close. But we'll see what happens. Loxton getting all of that first outer zone wall. Griner looks like they're having grip issues. Missing the outer zone just by a hair, dipping into it throughout that corner. Getting into the second outer zone now. Again, Loxton right there. Griner going a little bit shallow in the name of proximity. Onto the brakes. Getting into the last outer zone. Right on the door is Griner. Again, smart heads up driving from that chase vehicle. Ian, I'm not sure if there's much Loxton could have done if he's seeing cars that aren't there.
Griner is a more bold and brave man than I.
Smart. It's smart, though. He attacked at the right place. If you're going to have some desync issues, do it in the last corner. That's where you can get away with it.
So, not much else really to say. That they're well executed and very quickly rewarded. Warren is going to be getting the win. Warren Griner takes down Steven Loxton in top 16. Not a way you like to see it happening. Obviously,
no,
can't stress that enough.
I wouldn't hold this against Steven. Steven's an excellent driver. We've seen him drive in many different platforms before. Just the old bandwidth gods weren't with him today, and unfortunately, that is going to be Warren Griner. Or fortunately for Warren Griner, that's going to be them getting the win, facing the winner of this battle.
Yeah, but that battle coming up to the line now is as follows. That is Vadim Abramov versus Lucas Tiziemski. Working their way to the line, 6th-seeded driver, Vadim, against Lucas, who is your 11th seeded driver. Another
Vadim, the Russian
Dream. Oh, that's gonna stick. It's sticking. It's over. On the line, who of these S chassis is going against Warren Griner? Still got 2 more runs so we can determine that, or maybe even 4. Depends on where this is going to go. Off the line, Vadim. Power down. Lucas, not letting them get away. Aggressive initiation in that chase position. This time, much more solid connections. Finally on course. We can see some more close-fought battling. Working into the door in chase was Lucas. Vadim.
Oh, where are we going?
Awkward transition in the chase position. Definitely going to go back on the replay to see exactly what happened. Potentially just charging a little too aggressively. Exiting outer or inner clip number 1. Recovering nicely, though, in the chase position. Putting it back in the door. But that was definitely a very awkward portion of this battle.
Yeah, Ian, I think getting just a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too late there in that transition period. You want to get off the throttle and give that lead vehicle room to maneuver. And I think Lucas just saw blood in the water, really saw a way to be able to make an impact here in the chase position and didn't get off throttle soon enough. Both these drivers coming out of the eastern part of Europe. You know, Lucas coming out of Poland with that Drift 21 vehicle, Vadim coming out of Russia in the Lukoil vehicle. Both the connections really meshing well. I think, again, just maybe got a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too late in that run, and should have waited for the outer zone 2 and 3 to really be able to put that pressure on.
Second half of the battle, going to switch him back around. Lucas not out of it yet.
Nope.
Any mistake
Not at all.
can happen in chase for sure for Vadim. Just any aggression in the wrong spots, you can see a very similar mistake. Vadim, though, going to get their chance in the second half of this battle. Lucas up in the lead. What do they have? And they're still in the lead. That's a good way to start the battle, filling all of outer zone number 1 beautifully and holding that angle through and through. Slide foot back, trying to continue the angle in the back end, rotating out to inner clip number 1 Vadim, all over the door of Lucas in the lead. Lucas tries to run away to outer zone 2, reeling back in chase was Vadim. Back into the door. This Sylvia battle is going hard and heavy. Oh my goodness! Up in the, oh, there it is. The wall contact made by Lucas. Lucas was flirting with disaster in the lead. Through and through in outer zone number 3. The contact almost happened immediately at the barrier. But unfortunately, yeah, that awkward radius corner again, it's deceptive. Comes to bite another car once again. Just like we had at Englishtown, outer zone, the final outer zone with that wall was the one that kind of bit the butt of everybody. It seems like outer zone 3's wall is that death wall. Like every single round is going to have one. And yeah, that is going to be Lucas going down. Then decision is Vin Diesel. The decision is in.
Family gets the win.
Abramoff is getting the win and moving on to go against Warren Greiner. This is your final battle of lobby number 4. The winner of this going against Vakaris O'Lucas in the final 4.
Warren Greiner in the S13 180SX. Vadim Abramov in the 15. I think Greiner versus Valukas would be an absolute barn burner. But Vadim Abramov, Vadim the Russian dream here, trying to play spoiler. We have an all-European final, an all-non-North American, we'll say. Darren Baker out of Ireland, Yasir Saad out of Saudi Arabia, Vakaris O'Lucas, I believe, I'm 98% sure, out of Lithuania, and Warren Greiner trying to be the second Irishman to be able to poke their nose in, and Vadim Abramov trying to play spoiler and get 4 different nations represented here in your final 4.
Going to be a barn burner. This all Sylvia battle on the line. Again,
I don't do lead runs because you don't turn your back on family.
Excellent chat. Thank you. Very cool. Oh, goodness.
Vadim going to be leading here in the Lukoil S15, in the white S13, the Flick Nation S13. Going to be chasing is Warren Greiner. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your group, their final battle in group number 4. Abramov in the lead. Ooh. Really close in the chase. Pulling away actually a little bit as I say that. Right foot of Vadim getting put into the floor. But Warren Greiner knowing how to be able to keep that 180 on the door of that S15. Getting a little bit of a wacky line there from Greiner. Perhaps just to close up a little bit of proximity. Vadim getting all of these outer zones right now. Abramov showing the world how he drives all of those outer zones. Very nice and fluid. A little bit of an uncharacteristic mistakes in the chase from Greiner.
Yeah, for the most part, the chase was pretty solid through and through. Turn 1 especially was solid right into about the middle of that outer zone where Vadim really seems to put down the foot just a little bit harder and starts pulling away. Beautifully doing about Vadim though, but maybe running a little bit wide in chase, exiting that inner clip, and really has to cut the line into outer zone number 2 to close back in on the door. Don't so smoothly though, I will give him that, but again here, Vadim seems to cut inside, but potential desync moment right there, putting the car where maybe it wasn't on screen, but regardless, very well held, and there is still plenty to give here in the second half of this battle.
You know, we've seen Vadim put down an excellent chase run before. We've seen Warren put down an excellent lead run before. Anything's still up to play for here. Warren Greiner in the lead in the Flick Nation S13. all the outer zone, but Vadim again just having so much speed in the first half of the course, right onto the door of that lead vehicle of Warren Griner, transitioning right across the non-existent bumper onto the door once again. Is this the end of the day for Warren Griner? Vadim Abramov grabbing this last battle by the throat. He is not leaving it down to the judges. Ladies and gentlemen, what a battle.
Yeah, that is just how you sign, seal, and deliver yourself a trip to the Final Four. I think Vadim may have just done enough, and that decision is coming in faster than I can even complete this sentence. Replay's on the screen anyway, just to give you the idea of the differences between the two. Through and through, Vadim's chase, just far more aggressive, putting it exactly where it needed to be, being way more aggressive with it, and much cleaner this time as well between Interscope 1 and Outer Zone 2 in contrast to what happened in run number 1. Much cleaner of a chase, more consistent. And here we go again, ladies and gentlemen. Your winner of lobby number 4, that is Vadim Abramov, moving on to the Final Four. Vadim working their way into the Final Four. They will go in against Vakaris Alukas on the right side of the bracket. Don't forget the other side of the bracket, Darren Baker versus Yasir Saad. Finally,
I've been looking forward to that battle.
I've had circled on the secondary monitor with a Sharpie. Oh, that's not coming out. Oh, what have I done?
Hey, Asus, sponsor our mans.
So, yep, that is, again, the completion of lobby number 4. Congratulations, Vadim. That is going to be your victory of lobby number 4. And again, the final lobby just around the corner. It's going to be a barn burner, as it always is. So much talent poking in through and through throughout the season. And it's insane, the level of competition and how close these fields are, and just the tiny little things, the smallest of margins, making a lot of these decisions turn into what they are. Just goes to show, you can't sleep on a single inch of this course, be it your lead or your chase, because if you do, that could be the end of your run.
Hey, there's not the time to make mistakes. This is not the time to second guess yourself. All 4 of these drivers, I think, have been rewarded today for bringing it. So that's what they're going to have to do, be able to move into the podium positions, move into this final, and perhaps get the win. Darren needs this for the points, but a lot of these drivers might be trying to break into that top 16. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are taking one final step away here. Do not go anywhere. But before we do, we have to take care of a little bit of not R&D. Ignore me. We're going to have to take a little bit.
Development?
No, okay. I was like, you know what I mean? I don't even know what I meant, so it's fine. So this round of the Esports Drift Association is brought to you by Big Duck Club. Again, thanks for joining us. Thanks for jumping on and sponsoring the season BDC. Where to use their parts in your next drift car, time attack, monster drag machine, or street and show car, Big Duck Club will exceed all of your expectations for your next project. Visit bigduckclub.com for more. Nexen Tire also jumping on in a big way, one of the leading tire manufacturers in drift competition around the world. From race to street, Nexen has a tire for you. Nexen Tire, we've got you. Learn more at your local Nexen dealer. NRG Innovations, from hubs, wheels, shift knobs, and more. NRG has the finishing touch you're looking for your next build. With products specifically designed for sim racing, NRG continues to innovate. Visit getnrg.com for more. Next Level Racing, if you're looking for a cockpit solution for your next sim racing build, Next Level Racing is the world-leading simulation brand, revolutionizing simulation with its industry-leading product range. Whether you're looking for next racing or flight sim edition, cockpits, or accessories, check out nextlevelracing.com. And finally, Vosan. Vosan is your leading source for competitive drift content across the Assetto Corsa platform. Want the track from today's event or car pack? You can visit Vosan, VOSAN.co for more. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the final time we'll be stepping away from you. We will be back for a little bit of something special and our final. If you would like to work at Podium Esports, please email us at jobs.podiumesports.com because we are looking for a second commentator. Ian's over here having a Brock party. Anyway, we will see you guys.
Oh, I've been turned off. No.
We will see you. We see you guys very shortly for their final 4 here from Wembley Stadium, round number 4 at ESDA Esports Drift Association on Podium Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Be back on, Dad. I'll be good, I swear. And welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Esports Drift Association, round number 4 here at the Wembley Arena, otherwise known as the capital of Italy. Thank you so much for being here tonight. It's been a phenomenal battle, and again, this is the final lobby of the day. But before we can get down into the final 4, I believe we have yet another celebrity battle getting ready to line up here. If you could please explain to our lovely viewers at home who we got on the line here, who's going to be doing battle here.
We have Andrew K, also known as Evil Rabbit. Just congrats, by the way, Evil Rabbit, for getting that subscriber milestone. I think he just passed 25,000 subscribers recently. I know he hit some sort of subscriber milestone recently, so congrats to him. Driving the blue and white NRG S15. And hola Brazil, because André Machado, it will be battling him again. Another Brazilian YouTuber. Does a lot of drifting stuff, a lot of Assetto Corsa stuff, 130,000 subscribers. So congrats to both of them for their continued success on YouTube. I think both do a little bit of streaming, a little bit of YouTubing. So if you want some stuff to watch and you speak Portuguese, go check out Adriel Machado. If you do not speak Portuguese, go check out the boy Evil Rabbit, EVL Rabbit.
This will be a very fun one as both drivers on the line. It looks like we are going to have Adriel leading first, and Andrew will be chasing first. Yeah, they didn't give us an order, so the graphics are wrong. Our bad. Yeah, we do apologize. This is Seat of the Pants, beautifully painted S15s as well. Here we go then. Your celebrity battle of round number 4. Oh, the LEDs on the fans blinking sequence on the back of Evil Rabbit's car. I don't know if you can see this, Keenan.
I see that. That's sick.
That is sick. Here we go. That S15 versus S15 battle. Adriel up in the lead, getting a nice gap through outer zone number 1. Andrew needs to close in that gap. Oh, the gap will be as it has happened. There is a table for 1, my friend. You got to make it a table for 2. Get in the door. Still struggling to get back into the side of Adriel, running in this picture perfect lead run. Who is this man? Adriel running down a dream up in the lead. Andrew just not in the picture, in the chase position.
Adriel has been impressive so far. We've seen him in competition, unfortunately just not being able to make the cut today, but being able to get on track and be able to run with Evil Rabbit, just not getting the launch they were looking for, Ian, and just played out throughout the rest of the course of the run from what I saw, just playing on the back foot and not able to catch up to Adriel, but perhaps maybe 2 tires off in the lead. But I want to point out this is an EU server with the amount of Europeans that showed up today, and both of these are based in, well, Evil Rabbit based in North America and Adriel based in Brazil, so South America. So both of these guys you're going to see a little bit of jitter-jattering, but great job from Adriel in the lead. Evil Rabbit needs to get a little bit closer, but we might be able to see him pull some out here in the lead position.
Yeah, in regards to their connections to the server, the gap is not closing. Needless to say, off the line, Evil Rabbit will get their chance at the lead this time. Adriel in the chase position. Let's see oh man, the bobbling from these connections is super real, but they're gonna run it out regardless. Adriel getting a little more aggressive in chase in comparison to what Evil Rabbit did in the chase position, putting their car where it belongs, making a little bit of a dive into outer zone number 2. Oh, beautifully held for Andrew up in the lead position, running that line and running down that motor to the ground, all over the limiter in the lead. But Adriel in the door, in the picture, running straight into the side of that leading S15. Now, no. We got to see the judges are going to go with their hearts on this decision, or if they're going to go with the rule book on this decision. It depends on what happened with the rear tires of Adriel on outer zone number 1's exit. Pay attention to that white line. That is a massive deduction as far as the scoring goes. If this is indeed a 2-tire drop, there's one. Ooh, it's close. It's very close, Keenan. But regardless, appreciate them both coming out and being our celebrity battle of the day, and putting down a nice little fun exhibition event before we get down into the schmeat of round number 4. Only 4 more drivers left in this battle, and there's some doozies coming up. So again, big appreciations, big ups to these YouTubers and social media influencers for coming out and putting on a show for us here at Podium Esports.
Yeah, I mean, shout outs to both of them. Again, these boys need some content, but Adriel just that wouldn't be a 2-tire drop, just for clarification, because you are allowed 1, so technically it's a tire drop. So there might be a world where that evens out with Evil Rabbit not really being there in chase, but we got to see the best of Evil Rabbit in the lead, so it's not like they'll be going out without a little bit of a fight, but that will be Brazil with the win. Adriel Machado will be getting the win and moving on into my heart and earning my subscription. Stop it.
You went Italian. What are you doing?
And I will be clicking that subscribe button. I have not. Whoever won was gonna get my subscribe. I was gonna smash the like button and click the bell.
Oh, is Adam LZ versus Adam LZ? Surprise, ladies and gentlemen. We have another.
Come on, Adam.
No, it's not.
Adam's a coward. He wouldn't.
Come on, Adam.
Yeah. Come on, Adam. Play the freaking feature game.
In all seriousness, that's going to be it for your celebrity battle. And now we get into the thick of it. Arrow, your final four on the left side of the bracket. Darren Baker versus Yasir Saad. Barn burner of a battle. Then on the right side, we got Vakaris Alukas versus Vadim Abramov. Another phenomenal battle coming on both sides of the bracket. I would like to say that we actually got the best contrast in styles on both the left and right side of the bracket to set up for a phenomenal Final Four battle.
Yeah, I got to agree. Just going off of points right now, Yasir Saad is 63rd with 22 points, and that is versus the 90 cutoff point score of getting into the top 16. Darren Baker is your only top 5 competitor in the points right now, shooting for that overall season win. Both these guys need this win, one for bragging rights, one for the pleasure of being able to compete and retain their pro license for next season. So Yasad's got a lot to play for, and so does Baker. Who's going to be getting the win? Will it be Saudi Arabia? Will it be Ireland? We are about to find out.
This is going to be a big one. Remember, with Zach O'Sullivan getting knocked out earlier, those in the Final Four who are relatively close to the top of the board have a lot of points to gain with today. You can crawl your way back into a championship with a phenomenal result right here. Darren Baker in the picture still. Vakaris Alukas still in the picture. Both of them looking for a good result. Yazir looking for the amazing result on a season, something to put a punctuation on what they have been doing so far with this run, as well as Vadim on the right side of the bracket. But first, we need to decide who on the left is going to your final. Is it Darren Baker? Is it Yasir Saad? Initiation for the R35, lots of angle, but completely missing outer zone number 1 to start it off, but fills it nicely on the second half of outer zone number 1. Yasir Saad over the side of the door, maybe pushing a little bit wide in contrast as far as the line goes. Both of these drivers, remember, have not run for at least an hour or two, but still all over the angle is Darren Baker in the lead. Yazir going to charge it into the door, matching that angle as well through the final corner. But Darren Baker, a little uncharacteristic with the initiation, especially missing a lot of that first outer zone. But we've been seeing it a lot though with Darren. Lots of angle, lots of style to show for. Yazir doing it just as well in the chase, getting super aggressive with it. That was a very fun first half.
Yeah, excellent job from both drivers. Yasir Saad showing what earned them this spot in the Final Four. Just very, very good proximity, very aggressive chasing. Like you said, Ian, just not the initiation that Darren was looking for. Darren that's been one of his stronger points all day. But Yasir Saad, I mean, if you didn't know who Yasir was going into today, you know now. And we're about to find out who they're all about here in the second half of this run.
Yeah, Yasir's lead have been both angle-filled and super stylish as well. It's been fun to watch. Darren Baker, stronger in the lead. Do they have what it takes to reel it back in for a good, solid chase? Yasir is going to give them tons of angle in one, and Darren is going to answer in kind. All over the side of the Sylvia in the lead position. All over the rev limiter in the lead. Yasir giving it their all. Darren Baker giving it all and more through outer zone number 2, matching everything the lead driver is doing. Oh, goodness me, this is a battle. Darren putting on the chase of the day for them when it mattered most. I think Darren may have just sealed their fate and moving on to the final after the judges need to talk this one through. Actually, we have the judges talking already about it. Darren with the solid chase, finally putting one together in the chase position.
Unreal job from Darren. He's put down some good chase runs today against Jamie Healy, but was on the door again, grabbed the throat of that lead vehicle and did not let go until the end of the run. No proximity lost. It's like he was just there the entire time. Good job from Saad to not be able to get thrown off by Baker's driving, but wow. Darren Baker trying to say, hey man, I want this championship. I want this regular season championship, and I want to move forward into the final.
And that is how you are going to make sure that path is wide open. Darren is going to get the win. Darren Baker takes down Yasir Saad. Yasir is not done yet, though. Still plenty of points to play for in that third place battle. But Darren This time in the chase, there were a couple of moments in the tournament on those closer one more time calls and battles where you could say, you know, that was a great chase, but there was a little bit of an awkward bobble there, a little mismatch here and there, fell back here. This time, it was an exclamation point. They wanted to make sure it was known that their chase was going to put them through, and it did just that. Phenomenal job, Darren Baker. One more battle then for your final four. Vakaris Alukas versus Vadim Abramov on the right side of the bracket.
Again, this is much of the same sort of narrative. Vakaris Alukas, second place in points. Zach O'Sullivan bowing out early. Vakaris with a great day or a win here could potentially take the points lead. But right now, Vadim Abramov still has secured his pro license for 2022, but has 52 points. Needs to break that top 16 to make it into the final to have a chance of taking home the overall championship at the playoff. So this is a big opportunity for Vadim Abramov to be able to score a bunch of points and skyrocket past his rivals. It's also a big chance for Vakaris Alukas to be able to take the points lead. Who's going to be walking out of Wembley? We're about to find out. Abramov in the lead in the red S15. Vakaris in the chase in the yellow S15. Ketchup and mustard going into turn number 1. Good angle from both, but a little bit of a lack of proximity from Vakaris in comparison to what we've just seen. Needs to push it a little bit close. Is he maybe playing it a little bit safe? Our round 3 winner from Englishtown. Getting close to Vadim, but giving a little bit of respect. Not sure. Oh, there you go. A little bit right on the door. At the end of the run, sacrificing a little bit of fluidity on that last outer zone, but against someone who's been driving as aggressively in chase as Vadim, I'm not sure if giving him a little bit of respect was the right move there.
Yeah, I don't know. As far as like the pressure scale, a lot of the spotters will give their lead driver. You know, that's a full on. You know, you can probably go a 4 or a 5 on your chase for Vadim and have a solid chance here. We've seen Vadim do it before, or not Vadim, excuse me, Vakaris do it before, where they played a little safer on their chases, albeit. You know, it is a good strategy. They're putting it in the door. They're not necessarily getting in, but they're still matching tire tracks. They're still matching angle and transition speed and cadence. But, you know, that's the way you can make sure that it's not a mistake in your chase that knocks you out. Those tiny little things can be the things that knock you out. We're going to see, though, if Vadim can, once again, throw down a disgustingly good chase.
So Vadim in the red car. Going to see if they can play spoiler to Vakaris' attempts to go back-to-back here. Not really getting all of the entry. A little bit of a contact from wall for Vakaris, but Vadim, the Russian dream, putting it right on the door of the Lithuania. Vakaris Alukas pushing into the second outer zone. Once again, getting super hyper aggressive in the chase position is Vadim. Almost putting some red paint on the side of that S15 in the lead position. And again, ending the run with the statement, Vadim Abramov, everyone.
Yeah, Vadim, again, it's a strategy Vakaris can deploy to be safer in the chase, but again, when you have someone so aggressive in chase as Vadim, you know, Vadim is going to put it on you. You can't just let it happen to Vadim, just produces, again. Unreal chasing job by Vadim. We've seen it thrice today. It continues to produce. It's unbelievable driving. Vakaris, lead, solid. Put the car where it needed to be, lots of angle, lots of style, but Vadim is just all over you at that point. You know, what can you do? How can you shake that? There is no way, you know, and unfortunately, just that safe play on the first half of the battle might be the reason why the ketchup and the mustard are not on the left and right side of the dog. You know, Vadim wanted to make sure that ketchup and mustard is a mix. It's a
okay. You made your point.
Oi, hold the phone. We're gonna see it again. One more time has been called.
I think it comes down to lead for lead, and I think maybe Vakaris just had a little bit more of a flashy lead. And in the chase position, there was the proximity, but Vadim really had to change their line to keep it, especially in outer zone number 2. It wasn't able to just run the same line as that lead car. Had to go a little bit shallower to get back to the door. You know, we were all distracted by the proximity, but the line to get there is also extremely relevant. Let's see now if Vakaris can learn from their previous mistakes and go in full kill. So I think that's the only real reason why this wasn't leaning a little bit more in Vakaris' direction. So let's see if they'll learn from that mistake and take it forward here.
Yeah, Vakaris, I think, with just a little bit more of aggressive chase, could have maybe... Oh, hold on a second before we get going here. Charlie Weaver, Cosmic, joining us here. One more time call. Give us your reasoning.
All right, so during that battle, Vadim, he was shallow up on angle in outside zone 1, and Vakaris had to pretty much play catch up, which is not something you would Vadim should have been doing in the lead. Like you could see in the replay that Vadim is shallow and Vakaris is kind of like having to play catch up in that part of the track. So going into the next battle, Vakaris actually had an advantage on that. He was there in chase, so he was putting his car in all the right places that he was supposed to, just to keep proximity and stuff like that. But with Vadim having that really close chase, it kind of evened everything out. So I think I came down to an OMT, and I'm pretty sure it was unanimous OMT on that.
Yeah, I can see it, especially with the angle coming out of Outer Zone 1 and into that inner clip. You can definitely see the angle difference for sure. Thank you so much, Charlie Weaver, Cosmic.
You're welcome.
And letting us know what's going on with that decision. So one more time called then. Back to the line.
Stinky.
Vadim in the lead, Vakaris in chase. Let's try this again. Let's see if Vadim then can maybe correct that mistake, give a little more angle. Let's see if Vakaris can put the car where it needs to be once again. Vadim on the loud pedal. Oh, all over the side of the wall, and maybe running not quite as much angles we've seen so far today, but still well executed on the line. This time, no. It looks like the aggression in chase, though. You had to do it to get yourself in the picture, but that is, the risk you run by doing such a thing in the chase position. What an unfortunate way to have a big deficit in the second half of this battle.
Yeah, Vadim really didn't give him a choice. With how close Vadim got in his chase, you got to imagine that Vakaris knows that's going to happen again. So he knows he has to be aggressive. Just unfortunately, that one transition point, we've seen a lot of people caught out by there today. As we check the replay here, just to see if maybe we see anything that isn't what happened. But nope, Vakaris just a little bit too close. Transitioning at the right time, just needed to back off just a little bit more. Causes contact. That is going to be on the chase driver, I do believe. And Vakaris Alukas from that Urta S15 on the back foot. Vadim Abramov, the Lukoil Esports Racing S15 now in the chase position. See what they can do.
So here we go, moving back into outer zone number 1. Oh, Vadim is all over Vakaris once again, but Vakaris throwing the angle and practically backwards. No, he was backwards into inner clip number 1. Vadim not letting him get away, though. Vakaris' lead is so solid up front, dragging his back bumper across that wall. Vadim charges into outer zone number 3, does not run over that.
That was the nuttiest thing I've ever seen. That was so sick.
The break discipline it takes to do that kind of
a charge. There was no room for a mistake there. None. That was as close as you could get without contact in a transition. My man just showed him how it was done. That is crazy. Checking the replay here, Vadim Abramov. Another case of if you haven't heard of this driver before, you have now. Look at the transition in outer zone 3. You don't do that. Like, there was no room, and again, the speed and brake discipline from the Lukoil S15, there was no more room for error there. That was the absolute limit of proximity in chase.
Replay number 1, full size, please. I believe we are looking at potentially...
Vadim the African Dream, man. Not the African Dream, the Russian Dream. I can read.
There you go. So looking at, pay attention to the exit of the zone. Does the lead car slow down? Does the lead car lose a bit of speed? I get the feeling because of this angle, it doesn't really show it very well. I can see the judges maybe needing to back out and take a look at a replay here, just to double check at a different angle.
That'd be the smart play.
That's probably the smart play here, especially so late into the tournament where it all matters at this point. We apologize. This might be a little bit of a delay here. Yep, there they go. Judges are already gone to look at the replays.
Yeah, they're gonna. So what you can do in a set, I had to cut you off. What we could do in a set, of course, which is the beauty of this platform, is they're gonna be checking inputs. Is that lag? Was that Vadim maybe missing a shift in the lead? Was that maybe him dropping out of boost? I think the car is SR powered. At least it sounds like it is. I do believe, or 2J, one of the two. Definitely a turbo car. So was he falling out of boost there? Was that a lead vehicle mistake? That caused Vakaris to be able to make that contact in transition. It's something that we missed in the first run, Ian. But now that you look at it, I'm not sure if it's lag or just falling out of boost or some sort of mistake in chase.
Yeah, they just want to double check to see, was it Vakaris over aggression? Was it Vadim decelling before the transition? They're really going to take a look at the speed of Vakaris and then the speed of Vadim as the subwoofer in the back of somebody's car is going nuts out there. How is that even legal? Don't you want to have that system out? Those are heavy. You want shed weight in your Sylvias. They don't do very
Exactly,
good heavy.
Vadim. I thought it was Brandon's Vadim.
I mean, Sylvias don't do very good when they're heavy. Just look at Adam LZ. All right, come on, 315s.
I'm listening to this. Can you be quiet? It's a
Sorry.
bop.
I'm gonna need to ask for this ID, please. I'm gonna throw this.
This is sick. This is actually a really. If that's the horn, that's hilarious. I love that.
Horn. That is absolutely the horn.
That's so funny. I love that.
Can the stream hear this, Cisco? Can the stream hear the subwoofer going in the back of Vadim's car?
Vadim, I think it's Vadim's horn. Is instead of having like honk honk or like a dumb horn, it's just sounds like he has rap music playing out of the subwoofers in the back of his car. Hilarious. I don't care if he wins or loses. He's my new favorite driver. That's so funny. That's pure comedy, man. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen.
I think that was Vadim, not Vakaris, I'm pretty sure. All right, so there may be a decision coming in here. Westies is letting us know what they got going on. Again, while we bring you this result, you can see on screen what is happening as the light works its way back to the line. I love that. All right, so it is not deemed. It is not Vadeemed an over decel. Because Jean-Claude Vadim gets the win. I love you, Westies. Yes, Vadim gets the win. The inputs were good. It was not an over decel. Vadim moving on to the final. He will be going up against
I can't wait to see this.
Baker in the
I
final.
can't wait to see this.
Before we get there, we do have to decide which one of these two who lost those last two battles will be getting the third place points and who walks home with the fourth place points. Again, that is going to be Vakaris Lucas versus Yasir Saad. And yes, it is sad for Vakaris in the championship hunt to not get the chance at a win here. However, the difference between third and fourth is still pretty significant in the grand scheme of things as far as points go. So there's still a lot to play for here for Vakaris.
Yeah, Vakaris again needs these points to maybe end the run with end the day with an exclamation point. Only 40 or so points behind our current leader Zach O'Sullivan, who got knocked out very early in competition. But again, we touched on before. Yasir Saad is not even in the top 50 right now, and you need to be able to in the top 50 retain your ESDA Pro license for next season. So Saad again already going to have a great day, but can they bust deep into this top 50 and potentially make a berth for top 16 to be able to compete in that double elimination final at the end of the season? But again, the judges backed out in that last battle, looked at the inputs for both vehicles, deemed that there was nothing fishy going on. But Vadim, no, this is not Vadim Ibrahimov versus Saad. This is Vakaris Lucas against Yasir Saad. Winner going to be getting third place. Yasir in the S14 in chase. And Vakaris Lucas, both these guys off of really hard-fought battles. Big, aggressive initiation. Vakaris bouncing off the limiter in the lead position right now, but Saad is not letting him get anywhere. Right there on transition. Maybe a little bit of a straight in there in transition for Saad, but right back onto the door of Vakaris Lucas. In the last outer zone, we've seen a lot of cars get tripped up here. Lucas almost getting the wall, having to come off it and back onto it. Saad following in suit. That was a lot.
I saw Vakaris' life flashing before my eyes, especially at that wall on outer zone 3. The start of it is just a straight edge wall. That rear bumper almost just caught the thing and just went into Narnia. Maybe a slight knockdown of the inner clip, but it wasn't that bad. I don't think it's going to be too bad there as far as deduction, if there one at all. But pay attention to that back bumper of Vakaris right there. Oh, that is flirting with disaster.
Yeah.
Vakaris getting all they can out of their line in that lead position. Beautiful stuff.
And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Yasir Saad, in the lead position of Vakaris Lucas in the chase. We've seen what Vakaris can do in the chase. Let's see if we can bring it here right now. Yasir, all of this first outer zone, nice and smooth as we've seen from him all day. Vakaris going to slowly nudge in here in proximity. A little bit of a bobble actually into that inner zone, but way better job of keeping the angle than Yasir did. So both sitting on a little bit of a minor mistake, moving into the last third of the course. Outer zone 3's caught so many people out today, but not Yasir Saad. Yasir Saad with the transition of the day, but right on the door was Vakaris and Lucas. Third place battle, ladies and gentlemen, both need this win.
Very, very close one here, I think. This is going to be a tight decision here. Definitely pay attention, lead for lead. It's going to have a lot of weight on this battle, I think. It was just a very, very close and hotly contested fight. They're doing a really phenomenal job at filling these zones, both the lead drivers, as far as Vakaris' lead and Yasir's leads. Just getting every inch of every zone. It's phenomenal stuff. And then chase for chase as well, almost mirroring in a couple of different spots as well. I do see a world where this could be going one more time. This all depending on potentially style differences or slight differences in chase. But other than that, there's not much to nitpick here.
Yeah, both really, really close. I think both have one minor error that they're sitting on.
All right, we do have a decision, but we're not going to be announcing it until the end of the program. We will not be revealing that until we get to the podium ceremony at the end of the broadcast. Now, your final battle for round number 4. 4 lobbies of competition, and then the final lobby have led to this very moment. Darren Baker versus Vadim Abramov. I think we're about to see something really, really explosive here, Keenan.
Yeah, both these guys with, I mean, maybe I'm just putting words in people's mouth, but I think the chases of the day, very, very involved in very aggressive leads, very aggressive chases, very similar driving. And here we go. No time to waste. Oh, no? Okay, so that a boy die. Killing it, buddy. Darren's like, I don't really want to go, so I'm just going to not go. So, yeah, we were, there was no ready from us here on the media side.
Doors are open.
Oh, they were checking. He was checking to make sure the light worked, and Vadim's like, "Okay, I go." All right.
Yeah,
a little miscommunication there. But yeah.
Darren could not see the light.
I think. No. Oh yeah, no.
That's not the lyrics, by the way. Just throwing that out there.
It is now.
Apparently it is now. I'm not going to repeat those. So some technical difficulties there with the tree, just doing a quick test, and I guess Vadim didn't quite get the word that it was just a test. But if this is it, then let's get this underway.
Yeah, this is gonna be either
here
potentially battle of the day here.
We go. They both see the light. They're both rolling off. Vadim in the lead. Darren in chase, charging into the side. S15 does not make contact. Filling all of the outer zone in the lead is Vadim. Going a little bit shallow on the exit of the corner, fills that inner clip beautifully. Here comes Darren Baker, transitioning across the bumper and charges into the door of the S15. S15 in the lead, getting a little bit of a gap all the way through. Small contact on the wall, no loss of proximity or angle up in the front. Here comes Darren Baker again in outer zone 3. Vadim maybe missing out just a little bit of many of the zones. Getting into them, yes, but there's still a little bit that we've seen they could add on to their zones there, as we've seen so far today.
Yeah, you're seeing this right now. The big boy in chase position, Darren Baker, making that GTR do things we haven't seen anyone with a big, heavy set chassis do today. But Vadim, a little bit uncharacteristic in the lead, just not quite getting the lead they were looking for. But Ian, if you recall both these guys today, I think Darren has been, both these guys have been chasing their butts off. That has been where they've been driving the best. Both have been making little baby mistakes in the lead for each of their respective runs. So I think this is still anyone's game.
Definitely a point to talk about here as we move on to the second half. We'll get to that later. Here we go then. What does Darren have the potential? Their final lead of the day. Big flick in the lead. Vadim all over the door. Oh, the R35 is just filling all of the zone with so much angle backwards into the one and only inner clip. Once again, Vadim. How? Lost the bumper. Scratch catches the back bumper of the R35, does not hook it at all over the side of that GTR in the lead position. Again, practically backwards into the final outside zone. Give
Drifting
it up,
is so
ladies and
cool.
gentlemen, for Vadim and Darren putting down a show today.
Bro. Drifting is so cool. I mean, I love Darren. Darren's been the homie forever, but Vadim has made a fan out of me today. That was amazing driving from both guys, but the amount of aggression out of Vadim, I have not in my, like, the transition over the rear bumper is nuts. Like, to be able to keep that close and transition that close, not taking anything away from Darren. Darren's the homie. He knows how good of a driver I think he is, but Vadim is impressing today.
Now, paying attention to the leads, though, you got to kind of ask which one of the two had the more styled lead. And again, we've seen it all day long. Darren, you know, not doing the shallow angle game by any stretch of the imagination. But yeah, just seeing it again. I'm really liking Darren's adaptability in chase, though. Yeah, you know, able to match the higher speed lead from Vadim, putting the car where it belongs, having that mistake on the outside of outer zone 1 could be a big mistake. There is one tire over that line, very close to 2 potentially. Judges need to really look at that. And even in the second run as well, getting super close.
Darren's been killed by tire drops before too.
Yeah, pay attention here. It's a close one.
I think he may have got away. No, I think he may have got away with it in his lead. But where it might kill him, Ian, is the chase, because Vadim didn't drop and Darren may have. That is, in the lead, it's one thing, but when the lead car doesn't drop a tire and you do in the chase, that's huge. Watch here. That's the worst of the two for me. Both are pretty close, but if either one of those is going to be an air quote tire drop, I think the one in chase is a lot more detrimental than the one in the lead. Man, it always comes down to tire drops.
Yeah, this is going to be down to the drops. I do believe you're right on that one.
Oh, the chat was saying at the spelling. I thought they said we can't talk.
No.
I was like, I'm sorry, Russia. Don't hurt me. We're friends, right?
Oh, it's so good. The execution, though, for chase matching the different styles of the lead is really, really cool stuff. And, you know, barring the tire drops, it's just, man.
I could watch this all day.
It's so good. It's so good. You know, my heart says OMT, but there may be a winner here. Michael. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna hold. I hate to break it to y'all right now, but we're getting.
They're taking it upstairs.
They're taking it upstairs to the review booth. We're gonna double check for drops here. I believe then this probably means if yes drop, then one person wins. If no drop, I feel this may be a OMT.
Yeah, we didn't see that on our screens. Apparently, Darren's saying that they saw Vadim drop a tire on their lead. He watched the whole run here, and maybe not just on that zone, watch the whole run. Didn't see anything on the inner clip.
All right. Well, the review is done. And we do have a winner. Could I please get all 4 drivers to line up at victory lane? Please, everyone, work your way down to the checkered boards. We do have a winner, and we do have a 3rd place decision to pass out before the end of this broadcast. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out, supporting Esports Association, supporting Podium Esports. Well, we might as well call ourselves the Podium Drift division at this point, right? It's been phenomenal bringing you all this exciting drift action throughout the months, throughout the years here on Podium Esports, and we're loving what ESDA is putting down. What an exciting time to be an esports drift fan. But now, we got some hardware to hand out. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as we get the final driver in position and lined up, we got a bronze medal to hand out first. And And there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, your third place winner. And very crucially for their season, give it up for Vakaris Alukas, your third place finisher today, picking up very, very key points, Keenan.
Yeah, Vakaris, again, pretty secure in that top 16, but to be able to end the season being your points champion is a great advantage to have going into that final round. So Vakaris doing the best to capitalize on Zach O'Sullivan's mistake, being knocked out in the 16 by getting a podium finish here and potentially taking the points lead.
And now your winner of round number 4. You're driving a Nissan. I'm not going to do this to you. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Darren Baker, your winner of round number 4 here at Wembley. And to clarify, the tire drops were clean. It was millimeters, Keenan.
Yeah, it looks very close. It looked like that right rear was just hanging on the white line.
Yeah, but on review, much like a soccer ball almost breaching that line.
You can stop this at any time.
It was that close. And that alone, also mentioning the style differences, we also had a reasoning of Vadim being shallow in the final inner clip and some slight contact there as well in their chase versus Darren. That is going to be a Darren Baker win, taking home round number 4 here at Wembley. I'm not too sure about that, Cisco.
He's not a talker, is the problem. Darren for his driving is unabashedly very shy when it comes to speaking in terms of on stream. But normally we have some interviews here, but out of the 4, only one of them speaks clear English, as far as I know. So, so we'll see if we can get a hold of Darren. It'd be nice to hear from Darren, but going into the final again is super, super close. I just want to give some props to all 4 drivers. Maybe I'm the one who needs to be educated here, but Yasir Saad and Vadim Abramov were 2 names that I wasn't really familiar with, and I gotta tell you, for the rest of the season, I'll be keeping an eye on both these drivers. Yasir Saad, some of the most consistent driving of the year. Very, very fun to watch. Knew when to pour the pressure on, and on the same side of that token, the Vadim Abramov with some of the chases of the year, extremely strong chases, driving out of his mind. But unfortunately, again, just some small mistakes there at the end caused a P2 for Abramov instead of a P1.
So doing to go speak with Darren, he was very much what you were expecting. He's like, I don't know, I don't.
Yeah, he's gotten it. I think this might be his first win of the season. If not, he's podiumed, but he's always like, yeah, I'm not a talker. I don't really want to, But, so maybe on his behalf, I'll do the interview on his behalf, because I'm very familiar with Darren and his community. Shouting out to Team Xenon. He's been a part of that group for as long as I can remember, and Team Xenon working in very close. With the doors in very close proximity with those in JSI and everyone who's moved over from the Forza Motorsport scene. So I'm sure he'd want to thank his teammates for supporting him and for supporting his program and for building his vehicles and helping this program up. But Darren finally getting to the top step of the podium, whether it's I think it is the first time of the season. He's been nudging, he's been getting very close. Rousey not really known for his qualifying, but as we saw today, he's able to bring it when it counts.
Yeah, that was phenomenal driving. And speaking on his behalf as well, talking to him just a little bit, he was speechless. He wasn't even expecting the result. It just kind of blew him away, and he was just
close,
so thankful. He was so thankful for everyone who helped him out. So, just wanted to pass that word along on his behalf. Congratulations, Darren Baker, again, the winner here in round number 4. And what can I say, Keenan, other than Wembley finally delivered?
Yeah, I mean, like, going into this round, this is, I don't think, a section that exists in real life. Obviously, Wembley Stadium does, but with drifting in this stadium, I don't think is something that the world's seen before. I wasn't sure with how quick the run-up was and how short the track was, but very, very close battles today. Very exciting battles to watch, especially towards the final with all 4 of your finalists. And, you know, some people who we may not have heard of today definitely made a name for themselves. Some of those who have been established, making some mistakes and opening the door to some of those ESDA rookies. And again, I gotta stress, a 96 qualifying score cutoff.
Unreal. The competition here at ESDA, especially this round, it's top of the board. I have nothing else to say other than congratulations to everybody who even made it into this round. It's such an insane mountain to climb with scores that tight. And again, Darren Baker, huge congratulations. Huge win. It can't be stated enough. This is a big one. He was so close, as you mentioned before earlier. Lots of style seen. The potential was always there, but you could never really piece it together. Finally gets it done here at Wembley in Esports Drift Association. I need to thank everyone who is here in chat today, all of our fantastic sponsors who make every single thing possible with you on the broadcast, on all the back-end support. Again, that's Big Duck Club, Nexen Tire, NRG Innovations, Next Level Racing, and Vosan. Thank you so much for your continued support here of the Esports Drift Association. On behalf of all of the staff of ESDA, the competitors, everyone from Podium Esports, all of our back-end, Cisco Scarmuza, my name was Ian Plash, Keenan Kusin. Great to be back with you here in the booth for another Drift event. I cannot wait till we get to do it again.